Good morning, chats. Good morning. Good morning.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
That's a browser source. What the fuck is it doing? Hold on a second. What the fuck is that? Why are you like this? Is the alert bar? Control C. Open it. Okay. Do I need to like go get a new one? Settings? I don't know what's happening. That's okay though, because where is it? Stream alerts? Stream alerts. There it is. Copy. Can I just redo it? I've never seen something like this. Let's turn it off. Refresh cache.
Wake the fuck up, samurai. We have a city to burn.
What the fuck? I'm just gonna turn that off. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm turning it off. It's okay though. The bot still exists. The bot still exists, so that's totally fine. They have to confirm she's not an android? That doesn't make sense. When did they put a CAPTCHA into what's supposed to be a fucking overlay? How am I even supposed to interact with it? I can't just put it into my browser to interact with it. Say with me, everyone streaming wouldn't be streaming if it weren't scuffed. True. Fuck it, we do it live. Doesn't know the fix? Nope. No, I do not, because I've never seen a CAPTCHA show up in a fucking overlay. So, you know, fuck it. But how are you doing today, chat? What trouble are we getting into today? It's apparently... Oh, thank you for the German. Congratulations. Today is apparently, well, start of the anniversary. Technically, it was supposed to be tomorrow. And I was literally going to skip it this year. But apparently it actually starts at 6 a.m. the day before. I don't know why. I don't know why. I was gonna skip it. Both a mix because I don't think we've like celebrated our anniversary since like year 2. I'm pretty sure I skipped it last year, and then the year before that, I was literally moving at the time that it happened. You can't escape the anniversaries? Don't fucking remind me. No, you can. You can escape them. It was just I tried to do it too late. Hi, Bacardi Muslim. Boozum. Hi, Bacardi. Welcome in. Is Twitch Scuff the recap link takes me to last year's? Oh, that is weird. Maybe it hasn't generated yours yet. Or Dane is noising Ray angrily. Ray angrily. Ray? Ray? Who's Ray? Funny Twitch. Oh, I did read that. Never too late to start? Nope. Nope. Because at this point, every year that passes without a major accomplishment is a year of my own depression. Because 4 years and 10K followers at this point are just mocking me. That is all they're there to do. And it pisses me off. I heard you got the right one at first. That's not Dane, it's Danish Ganon. I'm gonna get shot if we keep saying that shit. I'm gonna get shot if we keep saying that. I forget, where was Ganon from? I think Ganon was American, wasn't he? I'll get the espresso. I don't think I should have espresso. My chest was hurting this morning, and I was like, is this because I've had like gamer subs every morning for the last like 4 mornings? I think it was. I'm just going to live under the assumption that it was, and I'm going to take a day off from gamer subs. It's not even that I drink a whole bunch of gamer subs. I only do one scoop. Not interested in my suggestions / tips? Which part? Which ones? We gunning now? Oh, no. How can you mix up Ganon and me? Y'all, we're both extremely chaotic individuals that like to derail stream at any given moment. I don't know. I honestly don't know why Ganon was on my mind. I think I just brain farted it onto the Discord. Maybe it was in the viewer recap or something. I don't think it was. I don't think it was. I can actually see. I have my recap open. All right. Who wants to know who the 9 biggest fans are? I'm pretty sure this is in no given order, by the way, because it's already in a different order than it was earlier. But it is the same people. Not it? It's me 9 times for real fans. Yeah, apparently there's a section for your biggest fans. Do we want to sound off for who's here? We can do sound off. We'll do that for shits and giggles. In the first slot, this is also, by the way, like I said, this is not ranking. There's no like hours. There's no minutes. It doesn't tell me. It just gives me like the top 9. Beef is the first one. Beef Skeletons, Tachyon Machina, Ordain, Prey, Lucian, Sunstar, Carrie, Queens, and Probate. Because apparently, and I didn't know this, but Probate apparently hides in here a lot more than I thought he did. Hi, Grins, thank you. I told you guys, though, this is not in any particular order. This is not like a ranking system. The Twitch thing just has it in like a 3x3 grid for some reason. And earlier when I looked at it, the first one that was in like the far top left slot was Tachyon. Now it's Beef. At least I'm on the board. Again, these aren't rankings. This is just, I guess, the top people that like interact or something. Number 1, the power will go to my head. Oh my God. I'm the one who's depressed now. Listen, it's not the fact that you aren't in the top. It's just the fact that these people are here basically every stream for the whole stream. Yeah, it's the thing too is a lot of times when it comes to streamers at a certain point, these biggest fans, I promise you, they probably come down to like 0.001 differences if we ranked them. Baron Maxers, pretty much. Number of raids received, and I'm upset about this one only slightly, and you'll see why. 556. We received 1 too many raids, chat. 1 too many raids. I'm upset about it. I'm upset about it. If you aren't at the top, you're at the bottom. Okay, then I'm at the bottom. Is it because I fucking Beef thinking he's ranked above other people just because he's in top left? 35 stream streak? Ooh. Uh-oh. Ordain's upsetting spaghetti. Although I'm pretty sure some of these numbers, well, okay, no, maybe they're accurate. Maybe they're accurate just for the year. 200 even clips. We had 200 clips this year. Apparently, the top viewed featured clip was one from Sunstar that just says, I'm leaking juices, no licking the juices. We had almost 2,500 new subs this year, specifically 2,477, which I think we'll round that out probably before the end of the year. I didn't even know there was the top fans thing. It only comes around on the recap, and it doesn't give me any stats. It really doesn't give me any stats. Top channel emotes. Wiggle baby is the wiggle baby. Also, apparently our top categories this year were Just Chatting, Bloodlines 2, Masquerade Bloodlines 1, Crime Scene Cleaner, and Marvel Rivals. I haven't played Marvel Rivals on stream since the game came out. And we were part of the top 10% of streamers in Just Chatting, Bloodlines 2, and Crime Scene Cleaner. But Rivals? Oh my god. You should totally watch Sunstar clips. I've heard that from the very best clip critic, Non. I spent last night editing 2 shorts. I'm going to upload one of them tomorrow morning. And yes, one of them is the Glep clip that y'all wanted. But I think I'm going to upload that one second, because the other one is the cop clip from Bloodlines 2. But I was looking to see... You want to know what's the most embarrassing thing in my stats, chat? If I go to my viewer stats, I have watched 7,288 hours of Twitch streams. 246,000 uses? What? Pray. That's way too fucking high. That's way too high. Distinct days visited. The number of days that I have visited Twitch in this past year, 365. I was on Twitch every day. Nerd, only 364 for me. Oh my god. What have I done? What have I done? Wait. The fuck are these? Your top categories, the ones I've watched, apparently top 10% Just Chatting, top 10% special events, top 10% art, top 10% Marvel Rivals, and top 10% tabletops RPG. Huh? Okay. And then all of the people I watched this year that are like my top 5 are the non-partner homies, except Mookie, who got partner. Who's my number 1? Cringe! Oh, good lord, the number of chats I've sent. I was 8 short of 23,000 chats. Which... I'm also going to assume that a lot of those are going to be the bot ones, because those probably count. Like 99% sure. 4 of my top 5 emotes are my own emotes. The 5th one is Ash's which honestly is my favorite. The number of times I pop into a stream only to hear something that the appropriate reaction is just 99.9% of all my chats were in Merry-Go-Round's channel. Real weird, Strange. Very strange. Mod of the year, chat sent as mod, 3,230. Channels moderated, 4. Although I'm pretty sure this clip that section is... It probably counts it as me properly like measuring it. Because it's saying I only clipped 1 clip. So it probably doesn't count the bot command one. I don't exactly understand what the top 10% means on these categories. But looking at my viewer profile, I'm starting to think I need to touch grass a lot more. Really thinking I need to touch grass a little more. Most viewed streamer for me was Tia. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But I don't think... Oh, community, I think, is entirety of Twitch. Yeah, it's the entirety of Twitch. That's not something that's worth scrolling through. Grasses for the week, more streams. The thing is, though, is I already stream as much as I can. The only way I would be able to squeeze in more streams right now without like having the family around is Fridays after the mage campaign ends. Because then otherwise we would have 5 streams a week. If I did that. But I much like playing mage. And I like having TTRPGs that we stream and stuff. Yeah, we're trying. They're actually going to look at one of the houses that we were looking at. Today is Tuesday. They're going Thursday. They were gonna go like 2 weeks ago. On a Thursday. But the weather was so bad that them and the realtor could not get there. So, you know, Louise is the third most used emote. Hell yeah. Hi, Bucky. Let's make a TTRPG for chat. I asked Makari about it, and Makari apparently got it personally coded, so I would have to find somebody that would be able to do that. Squats! I don't want to do squats. Making me do squats on my anniversary. Even though I was totally going to skip it and never mention it. That's besides the point. Completely besides the point. All right. Might as well just do the squats then. Is that fucking Justin Bieber? What the fuck? Sorry, I opened Twitter and the first thing that came up is a post from 45 seconds ago from Twitch. And it's them posting the clips from the Twitch recap. And I'm pretty sure the first one is literally Justin Bieber. I think I'm the lucky one here. The crab. That prompt sucks. Prompt? All right, let's do the 20 squats. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Hi, Pippin. I am wallowing in my sorrows. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Who cares, though? Who cares? We just need to work harder. We just need to work harder. I don't like the fact that I got the Twitch recap and have my anniversary on the same day. I hate it. I'm upset. I only need help with all of the other D&D and TTRPG stuff. Wait, what? Get your bear to do co-DM? I've never done co-DMing before. I've also never done like, oh, what do you call it? Like network DMing? The kind that like some people do when, oh, what was it? Do you want to talk about it? No. This is not therapy session. I probably will end up talking about it anyway. No, I'm not going to vent, proceeds to vent. It's okay. No, I've already vented about a bunch of the same stuff already. And venting doesn't do anything. In fact, I think more often than not, it hurts me far more than it ever does any accomplishments. Thank you for self-care. Dunkler. Oh, I know there's DMs for hire on the internet. And not just TTRPG DMs. Oh. Oh, wait. What the fuck is it doing? Did the activity feed not catch up? That was weird. It just loaded in a whole bunch of things. Strange. Very strange. Okay. Time to have more billboards and TV ads? Oh, God. Oh, good Lord. Does it have feet? Yeah? Why you asking? Higher direct messages online? Whoa, the internet is so cool. I'm pretty sure that's from the AOL days. Billboard on a rural road? That would honestly be hilarious. I actually got curious to see what it would cost for like when Halloween rolls around. What it would cost to rent a billboard for like the month of October. It's a fucking lot. Wait, what is this? A mysterious statue has been discovered in the Mojave Desert after players decoded a set of coordinates from the Game Awards host Joffrey Keeling. Jeff? Fuck you, Jeff. Fans traveled to the site and found a towering structure that lights up at night. What the fuck? It looks like a Diablo thing. It really looks like a Diablo thing. It looks like hell, unless we're getting a remake of like Dante's Inferno. Then I'm pretty certain it's Diablo. Gotta be Half-Life 3. God damn it. I'm back at working on printers. Apparently, don't go on vacation or else everything goes to crap. Yeah, that sounds par for the course. Okay, I was just checking some things. Consume weird statue. Dark Carnival Streets. Oh, good lord. I mean, that's like anytime I see the shit that, oh, what's her name? Wait a goddamn second. Hold on. I need to check something. Yep. Another thing I hate when the recaps come out is I always do the thing I shouldn't, and that's start comparing. I start fucking comparing the stats of like myself and other people I know. And I start seeing things where I'm like, wait, this person has partner, but all of my stats are higher than theirs. What the fuck? If I buy a road and name it for the carnival, any suggestions? Ooh. Wait, how do you buy a road? Oh, chat, did you know Offkai has guest suggestions? I did not know that. I didn't know this. Apparently, you can send suggestions if you want a VTuber guest. Hi, Jig Sizzle. Holy shit, dude. If you wanna go request me to have my first ever meet and greets, just saying, you can go email that. You can go email that and tell them you want to see me at Offkai. That's why we need our 2026 resolution to be content maxing. I think that's what it's going to be. I'm also working on a side project that I literally can give y'all no details. Otherwise, the experiment is ruined. So that's another thing. The carnival adopts the highway. Oh, and listen, if we were localized or something, we could do that. We could have a day out of like every month where we go pick up trash. Got too many morals? Well, no, that's what the experiment's for. That's what the experimental side project's going to be for. We're throwing morals away. Instead, we're going to go full capitalism on that channel and see what happens. Keep the carnival clean, become new Bezos? Mayhaps. Good, it's about damn time. Well, I'd hate to tell you. Part of a scientific experiment is the double blind. Good luck finding me, chat. Good luck finding me. I'm thinking of making it an ARG. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I think I'll do. And it'll last probably something similar to like how Unis Honest did their thing, where it'll last probably like 6 months or a year. As I can, give me all the things to buy and push money on. Oh. Huh? I mean, I have all of the merch in the world. If y'all ever want to get merch, there's plenty of merch right now. And I'm actually wearing the hoodie from Uwu Market. Was an experience? Correct. Listen, I don't have Markiplier money, so it's not going to be like Unis Honest. I was just using it as like how they did the thing where it's after a certain amount of time, it goes away. 6 months to explore the Dark Carnival, you will be found. Can you bring back the Wiggle Baby hoodie? I could. I could bring it back. But it will not be the new Wiggle Baby. It'll be the old one. I actually do have, I'm pretty sure it's a cropped hoodie of the Wiggle Baby. I'm pretty sure. Limited time merch sucks, so win-win. True. That's fine, I'll buy it up. Luckily, Fourth Wall is made to order, so it doesn't get made until somebody buys it. It's not like they have boxes of my stuff laying around. It's the same thing with Uwu Market, which is part of the reason why it takes so long for them to like ship it, is because as soon as you order it on Uwu Market, it goes into the back of the queue of what needs to get made. And then depending on if more people order it. What the hell? What the fuck is this? Oh, okay, it's Goofy bloopers things from Arcane. Okay, so they made a bunch of art pieces that basically made it look like the characters were acting. There's even pictures of Jinx with her younger self and Echo with his younger self. Okay, that's a goofy thing to do. I miss bloopers. Vi having no idea what's going on and Caitlin reading the script. Oh my god. That's goofy. I like that. I like that. Thank you for the 15 stream streak, Kelvin. We gotta show Maren there's interest? We gotta buy current merch for any chance at plushies? Correct. The way I'd hate to put it towards things like plushies and dakimakuras are things that people want, theoretically. And I understand that. The thing is, though, for a company to make those two things, it has to have money behind it. Otherwise, the companies either won't make it or will just deny you outright. So when it comes to making a plush, especially on Makeship, which I could get on Makeship tomorrow, but yes, it's the difference between want and actual buy. And the thing is, it requires something like, I think it's 200 pre-orders. And we don't have that. We don't have that significant population of people that are devoted enough to be like, yeah, I'd love to have a Maren plush on my bed or in my bedroom or whatever. I almost miss hidden extra bloopers in anime DVDs. Hell yeah. Maren, who would you call goofy bloopers? Who or what? I mean, what would I call goofy bloopers? Like the ones where it's them like kind of like falling apart on a scene or being silly. Remind of a piece of my and many people's youth. You recall the Pokemon jars of Smucker's jam that can be turned into collective cups. Was reminded those existed and had a silent funeral for the one I had but was smashed. Pokemon Smuckers. I don't remember those Smuckers jars. Oh. Huh. Oh, these are old. These are 98, 99 level old. Huh. They also look very much like those glass yogurt cups that you find. Oh no, this is Welch's. It's not Schmuckers, it's Welch's. Oh. Oh, my back. Oh no, y'all are screwed. No, like you call someone goofy bloopers? I have no idea who I would call that. Goopy? I said I'd probably call him goopy bloopers. Dissolves into dust. It was one of the jam companies. Yep. Yes, it was. A different time when Welch's looked a hella different. before they got their screw caps. Speaking of merch, chat, if you want to win a giveaway, Axio is currently doing a giveaway, which I am going to enter my own giveaway because I am the worst. And I want my own desk mat. Have a good time, Queens. Thank you for hanging out. God, this feels like for practice. I kind of hope I don't win. As much as I want my own desk mat, I haven't had the money to buy extra stuff like that. Have a good day, Queens. Thank you for the lurk. I still don't know for sure if like Twitch has fixed its like lurking shenanigans. It both feels like it, but at the same time it doesn't. I don't get it. I don't get it. I figured it wasn't actually fixed because they never said anything about it. Because that also means that they have to admit there was a fucking problem, and they will never do that. Not a chance in hell. Anti-lurk dumpy? God, throw it around. Throw it around, baby. What is it, Ordain? What's wrong? Are you having... Oh, I almost fucked up there for a second. I forgot where I was going with that. Where was I going with that? Oh, I remember I was going with that Dutch moment. There you go. Are you having a Dutch moment? I had the word right in my head the first time. It's fine. Just fix it and don't say anything. Listen, it's fine. Took you long enough? No, I thought Dutch, but then my brain was like, wait, is that right? Is that wrong? And then my brain, I had to go like, Denmark, Danes. Okay, no, I was right the first time. Ginger Ale 1. Go get your mat, Ginger. Go get your mats. So all you have to do is click the redeem thing and put your information in. I think it'll make you sign into Twitch. I think. Oh, interesting. Okay. Enjoy your desk mat. Let me know how it is. I want to know. I know a bunch of people have gotten the desk mats already. Wait, you still haven't gotten it? Maybe it's stuck in the mail? Are the Netherlands taking small packages from the United States right now, or are they currently barred? Border Patrol has it? Okay, I was right. Makes sense. Because I know a bunch of countries were also blocking US parcels. So I wasn't sure. Okay, yeah. So that's usually a thing that happens. They're using the mat themselves. Those bastards. Bastards, every one of them. It's on some like security guard's desk. Good Lord. Okay. Hi, Sector. Thank you. Let me check a thing really quick. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. Pendejos! What do you mean? What's wrong, Ford? I'd be worried to make my Marmat to a card tournament because everyone there is quite gross. Yeah. Thing is, though, is those mats are pretty affordable. So, I mean, if they last like 6+ months, I think that's worthwhile. I think that's worthwhile. Fairly worthwhile. But I wish I could have 1.3 gigabit connection at home. We pay for a 1-to-1 upload download gigabit internet, and instead I sit over here and get like 0.1 of that. Because one, I'm stuck on Wi-Fi, and two, I'm basically at the furthest point in the house from the modem. I am basically as far from the modem as I can get. I don't know if y'all heard that. That was my stomach. You and your Semitic connections? Semitic? Lion ass? What do you mean lion ass? So tariff good, but tariff not good when country brown people block American packages, but tariff do good, but not good. Is the good? Yeah, the most still working. Wait, what? Symmetrical? Hi, Kindred. How are you doing? Was it symmetrical? I don't think it was symmetrical. That doesn't sound like it would Oh, yeah, maybe it is symmetrical. Upload, download being the same? Yeah. The thing is, though, it's the reason it's bad, if I go walk all the way to the modem, and for some reason, our modem's in the living room, we have a, what do you want to call it? Digital utility closet. There's like a radio that's connected to a house-wide sound system. There's surround sound for movies and stuff. And then it also connects to the TV and stuff in there. It's a whole setup. And it's in a closet in the fucking living room. Which means if you want to have landlines, you have to run a wire out of that closet, down across several hallways, through the kitchen to any of the other bedrooms. I crimped land jacks into 4-lane phone cable to get away from cross-house Wi-Fi. I wish I had fucking wall ports, dude. I wish I had wall ports. ISPs being worse than politicians? ISPs are the same as politicians. They're both fucking terrible. It was jank as fuck? What? Wait, then what was it? Also, hi, Kindred. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Why are you just swinging in here now? Where did you come from? Is old and the only ports in there are telephone ports, not Ethernet ports? Oh. So like 80s telephone ports, I'm guessing. I'm just guessing. Huh. Oh, the bands? Yeah, you're talking about the bands? Coaxial can actually be converted to run internet connections. It's actually at decent speeds, so it'll still have. I mean, maybe. Even then, you could also just kind of rerun it if there's already cables there to convert it. That's far easier than having to do it from scratch. I forget, is it this song that the band actually hates? Or is it... What is it? Actually, maybe this is the song. I swear there's one of their really famous songs that they hate. That they just, like, absolutely hate. What the hell? Okay, I've seen some weird dances people have put their 3D models to, but this one kind of takes the cake. I'm just going to keep scrolling and not look at it again. I've been needing a new desk mat. Also my first ever Baird merch. Hell yeah, Ginger. Well, I hope you enjoy it. You did make sure to claim it, right? You made sure to do that, right? Because it's not just going to be automatic. Eyes. I see you. I have cranberry grape juice. Is it Welch's grape juice? Sidebar on ISPs, Michigan made VPNs illegal just across the board, meaning your medical information is now just heavily at risk. Adds that the law requires ISPs to report you if you use a VPN, block your pathway, and send the state all of your info so they can find and arrest you. Motherfuckers. Why? Really does feel like they're trying to crack down on like the worst fucking things in existence. Yeah, guys, we're gonna go ahead and just ban prawn in the state unless you give us your ID and personal data. That shit drives me insane, dude. I hate it so much. Texas already has that law. If you try to go to certain websites, you will get a pop-up that'll be like, all right, so you have to make an account and give us your ID, or certain ones that have just completely barred people with Texas connections. They won't even do it because they don't want to hold on to your data. They refuse. Because surveillance state, they basically want to. They want to be. I mean, it's already basically a surveillance state. There's no telling how much the government knows about you. Okay. Oh, God damn it. Hold on. I just scrolled down. Found another friend that recently got into voice acting, and now all they post is them doing not safe for work shit for animations. So I just keep getting fucking dick riding on my feeds. Time to go mute. God damn it. Fear Factor setting in? Fear Factory. Fear Factory is in the old, what was it, Discovery Channel? I was in the military. The government has all the info they could ever need on me. Yeah. Yeah. I just assume they know everything incriminating and move on. Meh. Probably not. Probably not. But the level of personal information that they have is probably way more than you expect. 90s industrial bands? Oh. Oh, I was thinking Fear Factor. Why did I think it was Fear Factory? Good for them, but yeah, I can see how that's a bit annoying. Yeah. It's not always just, say, like prawn sites that do it. Sometimes it's just sites that may have adult material on them. God, that's also with fucking YouTube now trying to fucking get like IDs and shit. How about fucking die? I have a theory it's APAC because the FBI and the state police did multiple raids on Ann Arbor per Palestinian protesters with zero arrest. Students use VPNs and APAC is most active in battleground states. Yeah. Have you seen some of the ads recently? APAC has been releasing ads that is basically them trying to convince American citizens that they are an Americans only, what do you want to call it? Support group, I guess, is the way that they're kind of like trying to word it. But in the same commercial, they constantly talk about how they try to promote pro-Israeli politicians and pro-Israeli politics. And it's like, do you hear yourself? Or have you lost the goddamn plot? Someone getting uppity just do a press conference with all the porn you've been watching? No. I can't even use YouTube. You can't? Oh my God. Just start posting porn posters on government buildings. Brad, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? As the military, the government has all the info they could ever need on me. Oh, I did read that earlier. It's... Everything is awful. Let's just go with that. Let's just go with that. And say that's the gist of it for now. I'm trying to see if there's any other topics of the day. YouTube is great and fucking awful at the same time. Correct. Contracts with Meta, Google, YouTube, TikTok, and several. Yeah, I know. But believe me, I know. Civil rights channels have been getting outright wiped out, completely deleted. Fuckers. Fuckers. Huh. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay, that's By Night Studios. Oh, okay, this is the like Seattle by nights, LA by nights, and a bunch of other stuff's merch. Pins, ties. Hey chat, anybody want a Nosferatu tie? Although that's weird. Pointy hat, hi Hectic. Did you have a good stream, bud? What did you work on today? Speaking of which, I now need to go, change the channel that I have open. I see you, Kize. But never mind, actually. Might as well just leave it here. Never mind, I'm not going to go change that channel. YouTube streaming sucks straight ass. They could absolutely do better if they actually cared. Thing is, they don't. They don't. Discoverability for streams on YouTube is fucking negligible. Like, it feels like it does nothing. Wow, that is... They're selling neon lights of the fucking clan symbols? Wait, that's awesome. It's still like $200, but it looks quality. Okay, this is kind of cool. You can get any of the clans that you want. Ravnos, Ministry, Hikata, Bruja, Bonoakim, Anarch, Camarilla, and the General Ankh. There's a bunch of these. And there's bath bombs? Bath bombs? Goofy. Hi, Fairbanks. Somewhere else for a minute? What were you thinking? Had a more interesting symbol? You mean the crown? Yeah, the crown is not great. But it's also a symbol of La Sombra's, like, one, their nobility, two, their, like, they're basically the originators. I'm not even joking. They're basically the originators of the Catholic Church in the World of Darkness. Back when I modded YouTube chat, it was just miles behind. Yeah. It still hasn't changed. YouTube streams are very crumb for discoverability, but it could be good for some people that don't like have Twitch or anything. It's just trying to make sense, but I wish they vampired it up a bit. I mean, Toreador's is just a rose. Bonoakim is literally just a like design. Amane Kanata is graduating from Hololive? The Gorilla Grip Angel herself? Damn. Granted, I guess she's been going for what, 6 years? At Hololive? Something like that. I don't know, probably just because I like him so much. Makes sense. I mean, if you could redesign it, what do you think it would be? That wouldn't be too on the nose. Why do I keep seeing so many fake Grand Order posts recently? Is something going on with fake Grand Order? Does anybody know? Does graduating from Hololive mean graduating altogether, you think? I could not tell you. There's no telling until they're gone. Every person who's left Hololive... What the fuck? Oh. Runs into killer. Put my balls to you fucking dork, Ford. With milkers, that's not who I was seeing, but yes, also yes. But it depends. It depends, Hectic. So, Fauna, Gura, and somebody I'm forgetting, Ame. Those three immediately re-debuted after they left Hololive. So, Mume is still MIA. And a bunch of the others. Sana, still MIA. If I remember right, Rao was having surgery soon. I'd maybe try and incorporate an Ankh or make the lines of the crown sharper. Maybe? I have such a disdain for VTuber corpos, just how it be. I mean, the things you do for success. Plus, joining Hololive, they only require a year in their first contract. They only require a year. And it is effectively guaranteed success. Being in Hololive, and even though you only stream on YouTube, still places you in like the top 1% of VTubers. If you think Iron Mouse is big or anything, go catch a Crony stream. Or a Narissa stream now. Like, Gora streams for a while was averaging something like 25,000 viewers. Clawed hand grasping the crown tightly. I'd stop rambling about it. Yeah. I just noticed yeah, there's little eyes. I can get rid of them too. Boop. But I like them because it feels like there's less empty space on the face. I don't watch a single corporate VTuber and it has nothing to do with them being corporate. I just don't watch any channels so big that the chat moves faster than anyone could ever read. That's the thing too, is Hololive lives under a precipice that you are always, always in character. Relate to be honest, so thank you, Dreaded. Eye freckles? I don't know about eye. Well, you mean adding freckles? I will probably do that in the future. Probably. What in the fuck? Sorry, I just scrolled down and I got Buff Pup stream, her Twitter stream. Why is she crouching like that? Okay. I just want that bag. I would do it for the bag. And honestly, the opportunities would be very good. The number of girls that joined Hololive that weren't great singers or did not go in planning to sing, that have since begun doing like basically full concerts and stuff, is most of them. It's most of them. Because especially the earlier girls, they didn't come on with the initial intent to sing all the time. Like, probably the only ones that came on in like English Gen 1 was probably Callie. Callie and I'm thinking who else was in Gen 1? I think it was just Callie. With study and practice, that's exactly it. Is they fund that study and practice. If like a dust of sand gives thrown into all four eyes, it's just 2 times more suffering. That's probably about the same amount of suffering. Pain receptors only receive so much. Oh, wait, shit, that's the ad break. Hold on a second. Hold on, I don't have a game ready. Stream pairs. We're doing stream pairs. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. And then, oh, we need screen time. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay. Boop. All right, there we go. Doors break into the big eye that sometimes appears. What do you mean? That'll hurt. An apprenticeship program for VTubing? What the fuck it is? Nah, being indie is like the apprenticeship to learn and see if you can adapt. Because originally, like, the people that joined Hololive EN when they started, like, Ina didn't stream. Ina was like, I think she was like fresh out of college or something and was just an artist on the internet who decided to audition for shits and giggles. Don't even look appealing. I agree. I am not the biggest fan of it. But if it's one of those things that they're willing to fund and search up, fuck it. I guess I would much rather use the funding to eventually develop into like voice acting and stuff. Join the male branch of Hollow or Digi because business side to side, I only want to be interested in streaming and content creation. I do not want to be singing or concerts. Yeah. The thing is, though, is even then, it depends on your definition of content. In Hololive, I would not describe their average gaming stream fully as content. Now, do they do special, what was it, special events, like their big, like, Olympic style stuff and everything? Sure, that can be big content. Dragoto, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Good Lord, Sunstar, going to town. But like an average day where like, who's a good example? What's the Indonesian blacksmith one's name? She's like a hardcore gamer. Same thing with Gigi. Gigi plays League of Legends pretty frequently. I would not describe those streams themselves as like, what's the word? Sophisticated content or anything like that. Developed content. But I guess it is. I guess it is when your entire character... Yes, Kayla. We'll do another round because I got to it late. The odd Dodgers baseball game? That was Gura. Gura was the one that showed up at the Dodgers game. Yeah, there's always people that are like cracked at games, but they're like average game sessions. I would not describe as like full-on content, especially considering there's hiding. And it's the thing too, is those girls are, one, in character all the time. Two, have a chat that is moving faster than they could possibly directly interact with. And I mentioned this before. When a chat gets to a certain point, it's no longer chat the individuals, it's chat the entity. You're talking to an amalgam of blobs and ideas that are scrolling past you so fast, you can only occasionally respond to something. Which is why most of the better stuff that Hololive does is group stuff, where they're not interacting with chat, but interacting with each other. It's, what's the best way to put it? It's a show to watch. That's also not to mention that they do like 3D animations and stuff. They have like their own animated series on YouTube. Where they do like, where they have all of the talents in it. React to dono messages, even those the whip by sometimes. Yes, that's why they sometimes do, what are they called? I've seen on occasion, I don't think they've done them in a long time, or maybe I just never see them. I want to be chat, not an audience. But no, I was thinking of the super chat streams or something. The ones where they basically just like thank the people for all the super chats that they missed at some point. But I don't know if they do those anymore. Add to the messenger of established friend or contributing artist that distinguishes themselves. It depends on like the idea of entertainment you're looking for. Are you looking to watch something for entertainment, or are you looking to interact with something for entertainment? And that's kind of the thing with Hololive is, again, it's like the same thing as deciding a creator is first screen content or second screen content. That's the same comparison. First screen content is someone who is going to be perched right in front of the stream, typing to the streamer constantly. Second stream content is something that's going to be on the other monitor while they're doing something else and just listening. And that is kind of most of Hololive. I do like the interaction. I really do. But there is, at some point, I would like to grow and to be able to do like, what is it? Like a more planned out show on occasion. But that's part of the thing that I want with like full body tracking, a full setup and stuff like that. Like I would like to be able to do stuff that are more show-like.
To the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival. And please, enjoy the show.
First monitor content? I disagree.
Look at you.
Sick boy Michi. Hi, Thiefling. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Michi. How are you doing? Hi, Gawain. Milk. I want it to be enjoyable regardless. Oh, correct. That big corpos aren't. I think some of their stuff is enjoyable and they're goofy. Like they all have personality. I don't care for concerts. I've never watched a VTuber concert. Even ones that friends are in, not once have I watched them. And I mentioned this before. I have a thing, and I don't know what else to call it, like an aversion or something, to listening to my friends sing. It drives me up a wall. All content is first monitor content. I mean, true. But sometimes people will also open streams and then put them in the background and then like open a game or something in front of that. Thank you for the follow, Gawain. But yeah, like I can listen to some like strangers' music and like their covers or whatever songs they sing. The second I meet a person and then they start sending me songs that they're working on or ones that are like about to release or even have released, I will listen to the first 10 seconds and then my my face will just go, ugh. And then I close it. While I play Pal World or something? Yeah. A good time with chat? Yeah. A bear goes square? What do you mean square? I am square. Well, the stream's square. Looks at the corners. Same except Factoria. Oh, different games. Gotcha. Second tab content. Yeah, hit to be square, baby.
Step inside.
Checking in, clocking out, ordained. All right, take him if you need to. Bye, Valkyrie. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? That was the thing too, though. Before when we had the like silent alerts, I really liked them, and I still kind of like them. Factorio, Satisfactory, Fixmas? Fixmas. Oh, an in-game holiday. Okay, I got you. I got you. Oh, thank you, Violet. Oh, hold on a second. One of my tabs changed. Why is the screen black? Who are you, stranger? The screen's just black. Weird. Da 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 da. But... wait, is Hectic still live by accident? Wait a second. Hectic, you're still live, you fucking nerd! Hectic! Yeah, I just looked at it. It's like, do you want to knock on this person? It's like, wait, why does that say Hectic? And I can see in the like ad preview thing that your interface is still open. You dork. Good Lord. How could you? This is my grandmother's favorite brand. Huey Lewis and the News. Listen, it's a good band. I don't blame anybody for having Huey Lewis as their favorite band. So because you got more than one monitor, you think you're better than us?
Step inside.
Yes. Stereo Mouse, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're getting murdered with snow in the Northeast. Oh yeah, I heard that there was going to be another cold front. I hit the X button when I rated out on OBS. Did you maybe not click the pop-up that's like, are you sure you're still streaming? If you ain't for 2+ monitors, you ain't living. I have 2 and I do want to get more. I think my dream setup is having 4. Like having 2 horizontal monitors in front of me, one on top of the other, and then 2 vertical on the outside. That's what I want to get. Hectic, my man. That's why you gotta pay attention to things. This is good atmosphere. What do you mean? Out of place. Elaborate. I'd have to take my case off the table for 2 monitors. You have your case on. Oh, mine's over here. That's me knocking on my computer case. I'd like to have it off the table, but I have carpet in here right now. I was paying attention to other stuff. Sure. Got your Baron monitor, your main monitor, your ancient scripts monitor, and so on. Absolutely. I need a bigger desk. Yeah, like right now, I can't fit a 3rd monitor on this desk at fucking all. That's why I'm hoping after the move, I can get a bigger desk. We still need to figure out like room layout. I don't know if we're gonna still. I don't remember the floor layout off the top of my head, so I don't know if we're gonna have like offices or what. I don't think there were enough rooms for offices, if I remember right. Okay. I need to break out a snack table in my graphics tablet whenever I run a TTRPG. Wait, what the hell? Oh, god damn it, it's ad-free. Good lord. All right. Need that 3rd monitor to do GM shits? That makes sense. I do have a graphics tablet, but I haven't used it in so long. Have a good stream. Have a good time, Blood. Thank you for hanging out. My desk is corner desk without the corner, so there's 2 lets in the middle, so I only have the biggest side. Either I need a new desk or a funky layout of monitors. Huh. Oh, legs. Oh, I gotcha. Thing is, too, though, if I had an office space, I'm soundproofing that bitch. I am soundproofing that bitch to high hell and back. Why do you have a mom tax? Because I don't like being called mom. And if you call me mom, you're legally required to go put money in the mom jar. $10 to the mom jar. Mommy, mother, mom. You go to Throne and you put $10 in the mommy jar. That's it. That's the gist of it. No, Jafar. We aren't family. I'm gonna throw you in the river.
Look at you.
Dom with a bunch of MILF go around? Good fucking lord, no. No! Absolutely not. What the heck? Hold on a second. Okay. Wait, other way around? Sure. In different ways that only it all counts, you know? Just the mum, mother, mummy. Gotta start banning the M words if you ain't taxed. Ugh. For the first time in a while, and I do not remember giving myself a username with the word foot in it. Is it the default name? I'm trying to remember. Didn't Marvel Rivals like auto-generate usernames when you first make an account? I feel like that's what it did. I feel like that's the case. I feel like that's what they did, but you got like one free name change. I could be entirely wrong, though. I'm probably entirely wrong. He gave me his foot career. What? That's crazy. Wait, what is this? Okay. I found another post about Kanata. So apparently Kanata has admitted that she is not going to, quote, return or reincarnate as other ones have. She is planning on completely reintegrating into the life that she had before she debuted. But yeah. So Kanata is not going to make another account. See the new character in Darktide? Can't remember if you played it. Are you talking about the Necromunda character? Return to Monkey? Yes, Return to Monkey. Yes, so we'll go with that. I don't know if Kanata at any point specified what she did at any time. Because sometimes the Hololive girls will talk about it and be like, in another life, or type shit like that. Oh God, no, all the sad posting. Oh no, people are also posting a bunch of the other graduated talents. Fuck! I miss my Moomers. I liked Moomie. Moomie was funny. And demented, which was my favorite part. Got one of them with an Arbitrace teammate? Oh. Wait, are they already out? Or do they come out today? Or they come out later? And comes back with millions of subs. We know where she went? Yeah. The thing is, though, is I know some of the... Like, I'm pretty sure Fauna was a different person before she was Fauna. But then when she graduated, she made a whole new personality. I know Demon Dice is still going and has always been going. It's fine. We'll keep the server warm for you. Listen, theoretically, I wouldn't have to quit. Completely. Streams would be far more separated, more than likely. Or I could just transition into doing more, what's the word? Scripted stuff, maybe? Lurk check from Jay. All right, chat. Time to peek, time to perk up, time to show me you're here. Give me an emote, give me your shenanigans. No fire. No fire. What? I'm awake. Hello. To turn your body cam off and being forced to work with 3 criminals just because the Inquisition needs to kill some heretics? Isn't there a reason that the... Oh, right. The Arbitrace went in because the Administorum decided that they weren't being efficient enough. What the fuck is that emote, Tur? Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. Disappeared and accidentally ran into their new persona. I guess they're married now, too. I'm nervous to talk with them. I haven't yet. Responsible for wrongfully imprisoning you, and you both are just like, stop. Oh my God. Yeah, I saw the unhinged. It's creepy. What the fuck? Inquisition often used the Adeptus Arbites. They were core class in Dark Heresy, the Inquisition RPG. Yep. I was actually looking at the like the progression, or what is it, career paths? Yeah, career path trees that somebody had made out of curiosity to see how like they connect to what was it? Rogue Trader, how it connected to like Rogue Trader classes. I was mainly doing it so I could see what other classes that I couldn't see were in anything besides the core book and the Navis primer. And I found some weird ones for like, what is it? Coin and Faith, I think is one of the books. Something like that. It's recap time. Yep, Twitch recap is up. I hate recap time. I hate it. Is Rogue Trader good? Like if my Warhammer interaction is Space Marine, Darktide, and Vermintide? I have not played Rogue Trader. And I'm not talking about the game, the video game. I'm talking about the TTRPG. I couldn't care less about the video game because it's top down. I don't have Twitch recaps. You should. I appreciate the measure of how much time I've wasted on here. I appreciate it, but at the same time, every time I look at it at the end of the year, I'm like, I should do other things. But it's also part of the time, if I'm on my computer, I'm like, well, I might as well open a friend's stream just to have it open and playing in the background for support. Even if I'm not listening to it, which most of the time I'm not really. My only real interaction with Warhammer is the Warhammer Fantasy, Age of Sigmar, like Chaos Dwarves and Skaven. Hell yeah. I still think it's very funny in Warhammer Fantasy, the fact that the lizard men are the goodest people. The lizard men are the only people that can't be corrupted or haven't been corrupted by chaos, are constantly on the side of good. It's so funny to me. It's so funny to me. Equivalent to multiple years on Twitch in 1 year? Same. Same. For Christmas, Elizabeth give you a warm rock? Aw. Oh, goodness. Different lizards. These are different universes. Come on, Beef. You know that. Has mini games to play Battlefleet, Gothic, Epic Armageddon, and a colony management sim? Yep. Do you think I have? I read the chapters the other nights on, was it just shipbuilding alone? And every time I look at that, I'm like, oh my God, just give me a pre-build. Oh my God, just give me a pre-build. And we'll upgrade it from there. There's also a lot of different ways to play Rogue Trader when it comes to like certain classes. Like you can technically play a navigator that never leaves the ship. Ever. And just kind of sits around in the navigator's chamber. Like the whole campaign. But building a spaceship is half the fun. True. Check out this new character. I lurk. Oh, are you going to play the Necromunda? The Hive something, I think. Guy in the chair. Yep. Number one emote was boat. Good. Why would you leave the navigator chamber? It has seat warmers. Just because you shouldn't leave the navigator's chamber doesn't mean you will. She builds ships? Okay, it's not that kind of shipbuilding, you fucking dork. But we're gonna break out, oh, what's one of those like movie tropes where it's like some dude with like tweezers putting together a ship in a bottle? For any chaos god, both demons and mortals, even 40k doesn't do that. Yeah. I only used salt 1,400 times. Bottom of the top emote. Jesus. Jesus, Sunstar. Why? Why? How could you? So hold on, I'm trying to like position stuff properly, but I feel like my face isn't working properly. Needs love too? True, it does, but it's a tier 3 sub. So, I mean, well, yeah, it requires a tier 3 sub. So, I mean, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Next couple made sense. Wait, what is this one? Jolted raids? Oh, anytime I see like raid emotes as like the top one, it's probably because you copy and paste the raid alerts and then post it multiple times, and or the emote is in the raid message multiple times. 10 years ago, there's tons of 40k minis that haven't and are older than that. Am I having a stroke? Where am I? Who are you people? Maybe I need to go back and get a food service job. BRB inflating brulee statistics. Listen, it works. That was probably why like my wiggle emotes is like the most used, is because of the good song. That's the fact that there's what, 5 in there? Yep. I understand it's not for everyone. I just struggle with like top-down games. I didn't care for... Oh, what was it? I didn't care for Baldur's Gate. I don't care for XCOM. I don't know, man. I don't know. My most used emotes are all follow emotes because I made a minigame casting spells about it. Makes sense. Inflating the other emotes. Oh my god, you fucking dorks. I also don't think... What the fuck? You can connect... I'm going to say product name and nothing else. You can connect Lovin's products to Discord and it'll tell Discord when you're using them? Why would you connect it? Why would you do that? Sounds fine to me. I appreciate how popular and amazing Baldur's Gate 3 is, but I don't like it. Yeah, I don't think I ever made it past the second chapter. At any point. But also, no rivets. No rivets. That's kind of scary. No like. Upsetting because it's long past the time I could take to refund it. Yeah, I had Baldur's Gate when it was still in beta. Because my roommate at the time bought it for me. Trying to see if there's anything else interesting. Good Lord. Never mind. We're closing that. All right. I'm tired of doing that. I'm tired of scrolling that. Kidding. I just find it funny that this was supposed to have a transparent background, but ended up just being purple. How did that happen? That's so goofy, dude. That's so goofy. Tibby and her ability to draw great butts. Fantastic butts, even. Hold on a second. I just realized I meant to move the thing really quick. Yeah, that should do. Okay, we're good. Okay, I just had to move something in OBS. I mean, we can get the Marin Booty's Twitch emotes. Maybe. The thing is, though, is I'm pretty sure Izzy's got smacked at one point. And I really don't want to get smacked. because I've been good thus far. I have not had any reprimands per se. I found the grounds enough super credits to buy the new war bonds. Twitch mods are not Hessman. Oh my god. Is all you get and it's 7 TV unlisted. You'll take it and like it. Thing is, I don't even know why it's unlisted. Baron, go bigger. Listen. I see we earned Marin's butt. I don't think y'all have earned a lot of things recently. The Tibbeting? Oh my god. Not the Tibbeting. Become Tibby. Just another reason to dislike 7 TV. Better Twitch TV is still the same thing, Sunstar. It's still the same thing. Marin Moons? Moons. Moons. Mary's not going to give me my paycheck because I didn't earn it. It's better? Oh my god, you fucking dork. Mission failed, we'll get him next time. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. I've just removed expectations from myself, which is why I was able to edit 2 shorts yesterday, because I didn't overthink it. Doesn't do that stupid duplicate message problem. Settings actually work. Duplicate message. Duplicate message thing? We got the jiggle baths, so it's a reward? Oh my god. That's true, I guess. Y'all do have the... We do move a lot more. Hey, no, that's progress. True. True. Yeah, but that was like 2 clips out of... We played Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines 2 in October. So that's a whole month of clips that I was just like, all right, I'm taking literally the one from yesterday and then the one from Bloodlines 2. Because every other one I look at and I'm like, I don't know what to do with you. Effects commands like, quote, just always active with no off button? Huh. Progress is progress. Listen, it's fine. Math is math. Run a fan page for you if that's what you want. Everybody is welcome to make a fan page. I would never argue it. If you are willing to put your skills to making a fan page, I would never argue. Wait, no, this one kept happening here. Probably, I've just forgotten. Carnival Clips TikTok page. Hey, if you want, go ahead. I will even give you editor privileges so that you can download clips off of the channel. A Go Round 2.0 TikTok, let's go. Me who already has them? Yes. Yes, you do, Sunstar. Yes, you do. Steal popcorn from the carnival? Wait, what? And what will you pay the child Venezuelan workers? We don't have child workers here. This is an ethically unionized adult commune. Okay, no, it's a bit of a dictatorship, but they're unionized. They're unionized, I promise. This setting that allows viewers to export clips to social sites anyways, downloading it mainly if you had edits to make. Yes. A unionized dictatorship? Yeah. Managed democracy. Also with the permissions the editor role gives you. Where are you going with this, Sunsar? The union is coming. God damn it. All right, I'm drinking water. I do pay fairly. I do pay fairly. Nobody gets paid. It is fair. Nobody gets currency. It's Marin all the way down. Listen, if I started making as much money as Queso, I would pay the mods. I promise. But I really don't even cover my own bills most of the months. I pay rent, I buy my prescriptions, and that's fucking it. Maybe I get a burrito at a local place because I'm obsessed with them. They're very good burritos. I was promised a bonus. I'd like to remind you of this. Yeah. When we made it big, Sunstar, I was given a raise because of my excellent joke. When did that happen? When did I promise something like that? I don't remember doing that. Time to get buried on everything from Facebook to Bilibili. Listen, if somebody wanted to start uploading my shit to Bilibili, go ahead. Go ahead. I would not argue to have a bunch of Chinese viewers come over. Okay, just not Facebook. Don't put me on Facebook. I'm fine with being put on like Bilibili and like Red Note and stuff. Just for the love of God, don't do Facebook. Save us all a headache and just don't touch Facebook. Listen, y'all have always been welcome to make fan pages. I would never argue as long as you had like a link to the Twitch channel in the description. Grindr. Those are dating apps, not, well, I guess they are technically social media, but with the purpose of dating. Not the same. Not the same. But man, the boomers have the cash. I suppose you're right. That's probably where we would find somebody to pay the sugar papa funds. And start putting them on TikTok. I will do so after work. Let's go. Let's go. Beef, are you really going to make an entire fan page? What are you going to call it? Dark Carnival Clowns? Dark Carnival Clips? Why not? I'll take suggestions. Go ahead. I mean, if you want to just start taking all the clips, even raw, like I guess I wouldn't mind it. If it's just a fan page and people are just... Actually, isn't there a setting? Hold on a second. Isn't there a Twitch setting that lets you do that? Wasn't that something that they made? And like other people could just take clips directly from Twitch? Oh, for everybody? I have it enabled for everybody. I do know I have it activated for myself and for like editors. But... oh well. Oh well. Because I do know right now it's technically connected to the VOD channel because it's easier to export that way. It's much easier to export that way. Okay. Yourself and editors aren't an option you can disable? Okay. I'm guessing then if somebody else exports it, it exports it to their account that they're connected to. But I think you have to connect the Twitch account to your, like in this case, TikTok account. I'm pretty sure. I could be very wrong. I could be very wrong. I don't know how to do it. I'll just rip them from Discord, I guess. Yes, everyone except the editors, which go to your linked socials. My socials? Or the person who clicks the export? Okay. Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. All right, champ. It is an hour and 43 minutes in. Do we want to keep chilling or do we want to play a game? There's the Slime Rancher 2 update. Ah, it's not any gameplay. It's all cosmetics. Darn it. I was thinking of doing a goofy game that we haven't played in a while, which is Water Park Sim. But if we just wanted to vibe out today, I'd be okay with that. Oh, win game? Win game? The Slime Rancher. Slime Rancher 2 updates. Think this is the park again? Yeah. Doesn't help. We basically missed the entire Halloween event and several updates. So I have no idea what's like available now. So I said chills. Oh, you're talking about One Way? I think One Way was the one that we selected. Hold on a second. Weekly schedule. That's what I was looking for. Okay, yeah, I did mark it as oneway.exe. The thing is, though, is we've done puzzle games like at least once every week for the last, what, 3 weeks? I'm kind of tired of puzzles. I'm a little tired of puzzles. And we technically just did a puzzle game yesterday. We did the Operator. We did Spectrum Retreats. We've done One Way once a week for the last 3 weeks. Devil made me play this game or whatever it was. I don't have that game downloaded anymore. Play Brush Burial? I do have Brush Burial downloaded. Wow, I did not realize how many people had this game added to their wish list. It's because you're always on that dang phone? Shut up. I don't have an addiction. I definitely have a screen addiction. It's a problem. It's a problem. A murky first-person immersive sim with tightly wound melee combat, tangled, vertical levels to explore. Use your forked tail to tie your enemies in knots and climb impossible heights. Kill your mark with quickness and cunning using whatever tools you see fit. Uh-huh. Thing is, though, I was thinking of we either playing this tomorrow or the day after. Because I was originally thinking of playing this, which is why I put the, like, wild card day. We'll definitely play this game at some point. Because it looks very interesting. Hi, Roger. Thank you for the big anniversary thing. Boomer shooter time? It's kind of a boomer shooter, but it's apparently all melee. At least that seems to be the case. But you play a, like, bug succubus woman or something. It's very, you know, computer addiction generalized to all the shapes that take nowadays. Brush Burial Gutter World. It is a mouthful of a name. The devs on that would know what they were cooking? For sure. For sure. Every time I hear a new addiction, it gets more vague. Screen addiction. The necessity or seemingly necessity to always have a screen positioned in front of yourself to keep yourself entertained. I will literally get up to go to the bathroom to pee and take my phone with me to check Discord. I have a problem. I've tried to stop taking my phone to the bathroom with me just to have some time away from the screen. Or like when I go out and stuff, I will often put on headphones and listen to videos. Can we shit on Zach Baggins for the day? Do we want to shit on Zach Baggins for the day? I don't think I have anything specific to grab for Zach Baggins. I need my music to keep the thoughts from thinking. Fun fact, I got a key. I got a key for that and got to share it with the sapphic cryptid lovers I know. Ooh. Corpo's that thing I like things I don't like do not entertain me. I'm slowly getting more and more jaded with having TikTok back on my phone. You know what? Yeah, hold on a second. Hold TikTok. Uninstall.
Step inside. Step
Yeah,
inside.
sure. If I need to use TikTok, I'll use it on my fucking computer. Screen's not entertainment correctly. The corpos that thing I like things I don't like to do not entertain me. Batnap, thank you for the follow. And to Greasy, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I missed you a couple minutes ago. That doesn't. I think I am having a stroke. Either English is going out the window or my brain is shutting down today. Is it the corpos that think I like things I don't like do not entertain me?
Well, look at you.
Dead Dark Angel, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? TikTok, YouTube, anything literally just toaster bath. That's part of the reason I like things like Blue Sky more, even though I do recognize the problems. The upsides are nice. I'm trying to think of the goofy thing I saw. Something toaster bath, but now I can't remember what it was. Corpos that think I like things that I actually don't like. Correct. The thing that I hate when it comes to algorithms, especially recently, TikTok's algorithm cannot tell the difference between liking a thing and hating a thing. TikTok's algorithm thinks that, let me think of an example for this that I've known for a long time. TikTok cannot tell the difference between Catholic and anti-Catholic videos. People posting things about demons being real and Jesus loves you to TikTok is the same as someone being like, these people are so fucking weird. Demons aren't real. What is their problem? Happy anniversary. Did you know that you were my most watched streamer last year? Last year? 2024? Or last year as in currently 2025? That because it's the kind of the end of the year. This year? Okay, gotcha. What's that, Kono? Thank you. I was actually going to cancel my anniversary today, only to realize, actually, it's not technically today. It's supposed to be tomorrow. But apparently Twitch does it from the day before at 6 a.m. to the day after at, what, 6 p.m. or 6 a.m.? I don't remember which. Regardless, I was going to skip it. Because 4-year anniversary, 10,000 followers, at this point, just feels like a weight around my neck. I have no accomplishments. It gives the person money, especially when it's someone you don't want to support but need to see. Need to see? I think you're cool. Oh, also, Kono, we did an update on the rigging. Anyway. Christmas coming early for the lawyer dog. Good Lord. YouTube removed the dislike button was factually bad, but comments ever having one, I choose to believe is why they're so bad. Tin sheet metal noises. Oh my God. Yeah, it's... I know the sheet metal noise you're thinking of. Oh, good Lord, why? How could you dread it? How could you put that sound effect in my mind? They even put upvotes into playlists. Like, come on, man. They did? I don't think I've ever, quote, liked a playlist. I've saved playlists. Usually the ones that I saved, though, were like TTRPG campaigns that I just want to save in case I want to listen to them. Is the breaking update? I am so sorry, Akora. I am so sorry, Akora. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's fine. I was only showing it specifically to Kono because in case you don't know who Kono Tomo is, he's a boob freak. Also brought back the 5-star system, but it's pedantic. Wait, what do you mean? On YouTube? There's a 5-star system? I don't remember 5-star system. The world if we had dislike buttons everywhere. Can you imagine adding dislike buttons to Twitter? I need it. I need to see the absolute guttural destruction of like every Elon Musk tweet. Asks you to rate a video you watched, but it asks that randomly on the main page. Oh, I never answer those. I never even answer a fucking YouTube survey when you get like an ad on like YouTube mobile. This man has actual boob-related superpowers IRL. He can guess a boob size at a glance. He's a wizard. He's a boob wizard. Gotta do what you gotta do. Anyway. Can I hit a dislike on Amazon as a whole? Yes. Boob wizard, online chef, part-time lawyer. I don't think he's part-time lawyer. I'm pretty sure he's full-time lawyer. I like boobs as much as the next guy, but that's wild. He's a wizard. What do you want? First complain to YouTube about their BS. Bumble, stupid adding shorts to playlists button. Ew. It's brotism? Oh my god. Bibbity bobbity boobs? Oh, good lord. No. Okay, maybe. Oh, goodness. I'd really like the option to tell companies and people to just fuck off again. No more of the yes or maybe later bullshit. Please. Please. 'Twas the tism, my lord. Oh my god. 'Twas the tism, my lord. Had to help my grandma with something important. I'm glad you helped Grandma Mouse. These ate the clips. These ate the clips needed for the fan page. Someone grabbed them. I'm stuck at work. I had to add them for over a year for them to add a button that was actually there. It's just not on the page you'd fucking want it. What? The quirkification of my mental illness? Huh? The boots are fire though? Do y'all want the boots? Is that what you want? Here, we'll just do the whee. Oh, I forgot that my pivot point is actually on the chest, which is very goofy. And go chat, there's your boots. Anyway. Had to exit the short, go to the history to add it to the playlist, which I don't even think is intentional since you can add made for kid content that way too. What? Huh? On the ceiling, on the walls? Why does that sound familiar? On the ceiling, on the walls. Is there a song? Is there a metal song that for some reason is like bouncing around in my head. I can't remember. Fucking bullshit, Netherlands. Fuck you. What did they do this time, Ordain? What did they do this time? Kelvin, this is not a fight to have in chat. We're just being a little bit whimsical. I had to pay imports for a $20 bat? How much do they make you pay? I thought that should have been covered. Jesus. Plus it's... Where was it shipped from? I could have swore they had European factories. Yeah, that's half the cost of the mat. That's a 50% markup. Hope you've had something to eat. Also, your model's really pretty. I have not eaten today. Although I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of leftovers in the fridge that I'm going to go nibble on later. I'm pretty sure there's still leftover taco meat. Oh my god, it's the Goomblin! Did you get a Goomblin tattoo? Don't egg it on beef. If somebody was upset, it's usually the point to be like, yeah, we weren't there to upset you. It was a he who thing, but that also doesn't mean we need to keep dragging it on. The Goomblin has arrived. I'm not a Goomblin! I don't know. I don't know about that. Eat, gain nourishment, you goober. I've been streaming. I got up like an hour before stream, took a shower, sat down and got ready. Not the cheese nuts burger. No, Sunstar, no. You don't have to do that. There's leftovers. I'm going to eat after stream. It comes out of Doral, Florida. Huh. They always told me that they had manufacturers in Europe. That's weird. Rod reminds me of a character from Cyberpunk, if I'm being honest. Maybe it's the hair. I can see that. I could definitely see that. I love Cyberpunk. I played Cyberpunk. Chad, how many times have we done full playthroughs on stream? 3 times? 3 times at least? I paid the import cost. I'm sorry, Ordain. Can't have them destroy it? I understand. I'm sorry you had to pay the extra cost of that. Oh, was there? Nothing much. Not enough times? Times? Tootsie, you fucking goofball. I could probably pay you back too. Thing is though, I could have swore Fourth Wall was supposed to pay all that via the shipping costs. Which means either they didn't or that's double charging. That's so stupid. I also thought there's a certain amount of things that you could order. Like it has to be over a certain amount before it incurs import costs. Doesn't it? How's going on for shipping into the US? Nobody does because it's all a nightmare. Last thing I remember hearing was there was a bunch of countries that was no longer taking like packages. Also, ad break's gonna start any second. You know what? Maybe I will go get something to eat while we have an ad break. I'll take a brief break to stand up and go get a snack. Get a snack. Good? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't look at me. Do not observe. Do not observe. All right. I'll be back in a couple minutes, chat. I'm going to go have some taco meat, which I hope is still there because there was some last night. Maybe there's still some. morning, Sunstar. No, don't do this. No. Fuck. Oh, well. Oh, well. It's fine. It's fine. Welcome back, chat. Sorry that took so long. There was no taco meat left. It looks like they cleaned out the tub this morning. I found it sitting on the dryer rack, which either means they took it for lunch or they threw it away. But I didn't find anything in the trash can, so I think they took it for lunch, which was sad. I was going to make like a taco Frito pie or something. So I just ate Sun Chips. Curses of the Netherlands stupidity. All the import taxes. Annoying. I'm sorry about that, Ordain. I thought all those things were going to be covered by the shipping and everything. Because usually they're predictable. But I need to figure out what we're going to do today, chat. Because I think after yapping for 2 hours, I'm not really in the mood for playing a game. I think I'd rather keep yapping. Oh my God, George Washington gingerbread from Max Miller. 4 hours ago. That's interesting. I forged my own tools and gun to make the sandwich from scratch. Crazy. I mean, we could always watch more Max Miller and learn history. Hard tack. There's also the mulled wine as a Christmas tradition. Oh, that's a 4-hour stream? Why is it 4 hours? Oh, it's a Christmas cooking marathon. Hold on. Is this just a compilation of like all of his... Okay, it is. It's a 4-hour marathon of like all of his Christmas history videos. Like the turducken guy. Ooh. Ooh, we could. We could. Do we want to? Alton Brown Cooks Food, Episode 2, PSL Sweet Potato Pie. Marathon? No. No, absolutely not. Let's put the game away for a second. More Alton Brown. I mean, he's got a 12-minute video that came out 3 days ago. Let me see, hold on, see what other things he does. Because he's mostly been doing shorts. 7 months ago, he did a video, my favorite new appliance, the current pizza oven. Okay, some of these are actually kind of really funny looking, but they're mostly like skit stuff. Oh God, Dancing Bacon's eating only blah blah blah. World's driest turkey. Who else was mildly traumatized? Out of curiosity, who else was mildly traumatized in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation when the turkey explodes? I need to know. I need to know. But... Hey, yo, Berlin Christmas markets? Chat, do we need to do Christmas markets? It's that time of the year. It was pretty John Carpenter. It looked like John Carpenter shit. Unless... What other European countries are known for having their Christmas markets? Ordain! Do the Netherlands have Christmas markets? Scare the shit out of kid beef? Listen, you never expect it. Because it really does look like something that would be in, like, The Thing. We're going to the markets. A Christmas market, Ordain. Do the Netherlands have a Christmas market? Sweden has a big Yule goat. Do we need to talk about the history of the Yule goat? Has it burned down yet? Reddit, has it burned down? Wait, is Anna live? Anna said she's been having the... No, it doesn't look like Anna's live right now. Seems to be the case. Maybe, maybe not. Chat, do we need to do another lurk check? Do we need to see... we're going to test something really quick. We're going to do a lurk check. Every person that can hear me drop something, and I'm going to do a quick count to see. Let me see here. Testing us again. It will be on the test. I'm more testing Twitch. I'm not really testing y'all. I'm testing Twitch. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh boy. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68. And then minus at least the 2 of the ones that I know are bots. So that's about 66 people. Twitch is a goddamn liar. Nex, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was Mech Warriors? Who did you kill? Oh, a Battletech fan? Nex usually plays Battletech pretty frequently. So if you like Battletech, I recommend following Nex. Also, let me do this real quick. And I can show y'all Christmas market. Who likes German mushrooms? I also need to change the, where is it? Audio settings, yes. Also, music's a little loud. As if we didn't know that. Oh, wait, what? You what now? It's still up for Anna as far as I know. I don't think Anna's live right now, so she was the one that had it open. I'm sure we could look up. Here, let's see. What is the name of that goat? What are those lights? What are those lights? I played MechWarrior 5 a lot. Killed a bunch of dudes, clanners, Curitans, some indie folks who thought they could be big bands. Also, are the sensors like where people are standing? Why would you censor that? Were people coming over and doing like rude gestures or something at the camera? Pointing at a circus tent? Could be. It would be kind of goofy. The live chat. Stockholm goats. Terrible goat, that one? Oh no. All goats are welcome as long as we agree that Gavlabalkan is superior. Good lord. All right, chat, this is the stream. This is what we're watching today. Why the fuck is the chat still there? What the fuck? What is that? Is that you, IQ? What in the sweet fuck are you? Either way, do we want to do Christmas markets, chat? Christmas markets or this handsome devil? Pixelated light weens? That doesn't sound like something that they would have at something like this. Because it does kind of... Markets? Markets. Berlin, baby! Hold on a second. Why do we have so many posts? There we go. And make my way. Anyway. Lo-fi Dark Carnival vibes to vibe and chill to commit murder to. Oh. Lamb shanks? Ooh, fry bread. Cone cakes. Sausages. Daddy, can I get some sausages? Oh. Chestnuts. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. What's not to love about fried bread, dude? What's not to love? Mulled wine? Is it bad? I'm a little excited to get to experience years of Christmas in Europe. Because I grew up seeing like videos and pictures of like what Christmas is like across various European countries. And compared to what happens in the United States is very in comparison. Hi, Fairbanks, what are you doing? It's not that festive. I mean, there's more festivities, but it's also every country has different traditions. Like Germany is apparently known for its Christmas markets. A burger. No, this is definitely an intro. Weekly new videos. Please and thank you. Shut up. Ooh. Wait, is the browner meat braised? I have several questions. Is that purple or is that brown? I see purple-ish, like a really, really dark purple. Christmas can wait for the 23rd and can go by the 26th. No, it's the festivities. Listen, I like to celebrate some holidays, like the month that they happen in. Okay? Christmas happening across the month of December is totally fine with me. Thanksgiving or something happening across the month of November. Halloween happening the entire year. It's what must be done. It's where they belong. Hi, Shot Finboy. What's up? Deep Space Nine's Odo? Deep Space Nine? The Christmas music in the background. All right, one of your bulbs is out. Immersion ruined. Redo the whole thing. Oh, I don't speak German. I don't know German. Santa Claus is first, goddammit. Hi, Carmine, thank you. I'm rotting under the floor of my house? What? Good lord. You have my curiosity. Some sort of greens? I wonder what kind of greens those are. Mustard greens, I'm guessing? Probably. You might know, does German food usually use mustard greens? Pork knuckle platter. Oh, I couldn't find it on the menu. I think you've done it. You keep it up. Remember, take breaks when you need to. Human supercomputer, but we need breaks. Do not break. I am falling apart at the seams. I was originally going to skip the anniversary and just never mention it. Ooh. Ooh, OBS just did something weird on my end. It just like completely reloaded. All the hot plates. Also, for a second, I thought that man was wearing pajama pants, but he's wearing an apron. You're mixing the foods! That's fine, they're all vegetables. like the booths though. The booths are very pretty. Is this the... Oh, this looks like breads of some kind. Cakes? Oh, this is the fry bread. Why? Pineapple, cheese, and ham? Pizzas. Kind of pizzas? Fry bread pizzas? By the way, I ate potatoes with meat. Congratulations. I mean, a lot of meals are potatoes with meat. OBS, are you intend to skip? Mayhaps. I was gonna skip like the stream. I was just not gonna mention that it was the anniversary and just move on. Is it fried pizza? Is that what it is? I don't quite know. Okay. Butter. Oh, he just buttered it. That's it for that one. The fuck was that? Are you scared? No. Why would I be? The Scottish method seafood, fry food? Listen, there's some things you gotta do, okay? Listen, making like pizza pockets and then frying them is perfectly legitimate. Sunstar, you have permission to use the big gun. Sausage stand by people, all the weenies. I applaud Scotland for its innovations. Hey, listen, if you can dip it in melted fat and it goes bubble, 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 worth it. Worth it. If you say so, just do it, my guy. Just do it. I mean, what's not to love? Cold weather, beautiful lights, delicious food. The fact that each one of these two looks like... Okay, this is the would-be cone cake, but it's basically just like spiral cake. Cinnamon, sugar, all the good stuff. Baked around a wooden dowel. Oh god, that tub of Nutella is so full. What the fuck? I had not realized they were new. I'm sorry, Retro. You're fine. You're fine. That's why I said get the big gun. We're watching, Jerry. We're watching. After yapping for 2 hours, I didn't quite feel like playing a game. So we moved on to just kind of chilling and checking out. This is Berlin Christmas Market. So Happy New Year. Bum 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 banana bum bum. Saxophone. Hi Pele, how are you doing? Thank you for the happy anniversary. Yeah. It's a saxophone playing. We wish you a happy Merry Christmas. Sorry, Merry Christmas, not a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. There we go. Love me a good fry dough. Impy dough. That's a lot of them to have pre-prepped, guys. But it looks good. It looks good. I think another interesting thing too about this market is that festivals, markets, and stuff that I used to go to, booths and everything are always like so flimsy. Like particle board, plywood, or hell, even just like a tent is most of the festivals in the United States I've ever been to. And then here they've spiffed it up and they have like these full wooden booths. Like this shit probably gets used for years. You might actually need all those. Probably. Probably. I'm not gonna lie though. I don't know what those greens are that we keep seeing with some of these sausages, but it looks really good. We wish you a happy Merry New Year, Merry Christmas. Got it. Yeah, Merry Christmas. And Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. On a saxophone. On... It's not a baritone, and it may be an alto sax. The donut stands? Ooh! Ooh. Oh, there's the light filter. Turning on. Chimney cakes, that's what they're called. Filled with cream. Brittle almonds, cinnamon sugar, chocolate sprinkles, cocoa, lotus, and sprinkles. Where I come from, we call french fries potato Jeremy's. Where the fuck are you from? Mercrimble, happy Crimbus. Merry Chrysler. Happy Crisis. Similar booths in South London, hexagonal ones with massive frying pans in center, cooking all sorts of meats and goodness was amazing. I agree. Is that a snow globe? That TV was a snow globe? That's crazy. My mom has a couple of these, like, those like decorative stand snow globes that we put out every year. They're cute. That's Snow-O-Vision? Maybe. I think it's an auto lighting feature on the camera. Apple, Kirsch. It's cobbler! Fuck yeah, dude. Technically crumble top cobbler. And strudel. Put it in my mouth! Anyway. Listen, give me a crumble with like some vanilla ice cream. Gonna think about that thing the rest of the week. So over, dude. It's so over. Popsticks. Huh. Okay, we got bread. This is gonna be another one of the flatbread stands. Crumble and custard for me. I like mine with fruit. Apples, peaches, blueberries. More so than custard for me. Not a big fan of custard. Most of the time. I do like frozen custard though. The like heavily creamy custard that you can get at like ice cream places. Oh. Why does that pizza cutter look like a tiny hatchet? Okay. Fry pieces? Tiny donuts? Shake off all the excess flour. Sir, you're losing them. He's doing his best, okay? He's doing his best. Put it in my mouth. Oh, hi, Mara. Okay, I see some of the bits and pieces over on that tray. I'm guessing those are just the... Okay, they are donuts. They do puff up quite a lot. Okay. Now, is this a fry until golden brown, or is this fry until seemingly done? Because it looks like over there on that sand, it's definitely until golden brown. Moss crew something? He's trying to look good. He's trying his best, okay? He's doing his best. Don't make eye contact. Don't make eye contact. He's nervous. Ooh. Those are basically beignets. Who remade the beignet? Sir, you should probably let the oil drip a little bit. Okay. I guess. They do look pretty good. They also weirdly look a little bit like, what is it? Uncoated pretzels? Like they didn't do the butter or the, I think the pretzel place that I worked at, we used baking soda and water. Greasy nuts of dough. Listen. Oh my God, it's Santa. Chat, look, there's Santa. Oh shit, he's out of view. Holy shit, what'd they do to Comet? Back and clean in my room. Is it spotless? Santa? Yeah, Santa. 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 He's gone. Cameraman didn't even look at him. He completely missed Santa. He was right there in front of him. One too many chimneys, head first, apparently. Oh, it's a cute little cabin. Oh, it's more the flatbreads. Listen, flatbreads and stuff are one of the easiest street foods to make with the smallest amount of space. Almost every culture under the sun has flatbread, cheese thrown on top with some kind of meat. And every single one of them is delicious. Fuck no, but it's better than before. How can we get a Santa hat on Baron for Christmas items? Oh, I don't have one. I thought I had one. I do not have one anymore. Baron is stinky, affectionate. What are your thoughts on Mega Lucario Z? I think it's stupid. Make more Mega forms for other Pokemon instead of giving duplicate forms. Fuck you. Thoughts on British pop sensation Jimmy Brown? I have no idea who that is. I don't listen to pop music. Mega Chimchar? Well, it would be Mega Infernape. Ice cream? Of some kind? No. Hummus? Is this hummus? Or cheese spreads? We stand Mega Starmie in this household? No, we don't. Persian soldiers that had wicker shields at one point, they would use them to cook flatbread with dates and other goodies? Hell yeah. It's either because also flatbread is the easiest. Is this mashed potatoes? Oh my God, have we finally slopified baked potatoes? Have we jumped the shark and stopped making baked potatoes? Instead, we now just have mash? Okay, those are wines and spritz. Baked slop? Listen, I've seen videos recently on the slopification of food in the case of like places that serve burrito bowls or kava that do just like bowl stuff where people just like mix it up and eat it. And I'm not gonna lie, I keep seeing people talk about that as like a bad thing or like the inslopification of food progressively to the point where eventually they just start giving us a slurry. And I think that's a bit of an overreaction. Will they do it in the future? Probably. But at the same time, when you think about those places that serve like bowls of things that you could mix to get like a uniform look, what cultures are those? Roast dinner slop. Listen, I like my stuff. I'm not gonna lie, I like my slop bowls. I do. I make slop bowls at home because I like the uniform taste of them, and I will eat it with a spoon out of a bowl. I'm also the type of person that if I get like curry or something from an Indian place, I will throw the rice and the curry into one big bowl and mix it up for a uniform rice and sauce amount. Stuffy? Stuffy feels exactly like what they feed cattle. Stuffy? More sausages! Chad, would you like some sausages? Daddy, I would like some sausages. Anyway. Was just ground turkey made into meatballs with stuffing and cranberries served over mashed potatoes with gravy. It was Thanksgiving slop and it was fucking delicious. Yeah. That's like, the people that are complaining that it's like, it's the inslopification. Well, no, it's good food. Eating a uniform meal out of a bowl is not the inslopification. It's the point, like, Who remembers Soylent? Not the movie, the product. These drinks. These are the inslopification of food. The man who made these was a tech billionaire who wanted to make a quote unquote food that had exactly what you needed, to the point where he marketed it as if you drank only Soylent, you would not poop. He was insane and basically just wants to create a product that's like, this will be the universal food and everybody will just eat this and go about their day. Granted, this is the same kind of person who sees having a meal as, what's the word? An obstacle or something you just, oh God, I guess I gotta eat the spaghetti or some shit. And he advertised as that too. He advertised as having to eat a meal as a hassle. And it drives me insane so much. Homemade Soylent Green, the stuff you get at the nutrient dispensers aren't nearly as good as what mom makes. Oh my God. Are you eating your mom? Don't take that out of context. Soylent Green, it's people. You wouldn't poop, you'd have diarrhea, basically. Mulled wine. A glass mug, hell yeah, dude. Just remember to bring it back. That is so purple. That is so purple. With the copper pots too. It's all aesthetically pleasing. No joy in that man's life that doesn't come from the exploitation of others. Yeah, tech billionaires in a nutshell. All the decorations. My mom also loves Christmas decorations. Granted, all of our Christmas decorations are the same ones we've had for decades. To this day, there is still a... God, I don't even know if it's glass anymore. I'm pretty sure it's painted metal. That is a heart with a dark metal top on it and a solid metal hook. And we, every year since I was literally like a toddler, we called it the Heart of Christmas. And we would always put it right in the middle of our Christmas trees. Favorite decorations are ones my mom's aunt made. Aww. Aww. It's this weird thing too that I've seen. I saw this recently on TikTok. I'm glad I uninstalled it. Because it just pisses me off most of the time. Candles. But apparently there's a thing among like younger generations and boomers that apparently people buy Christmas decorations every year. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nibbling at your nose. What did you do to get banned, to Tester? Screams in consumerism? Correct. Correct. What do you mean you didn't buy new Christmas decorations this year? Bitch, I've had the same ones for 20 years. I don't know, to Tester. That's a little suspicious. A little suspicious. But okay. Are these nuts? Are these candied nuts? I'm pretty sure they are. I recognize those bags in the back. Yeah, these are various kinds of candied nuts, but they look awesome. Why is that prick nibbling my nose? Oh, actually, is it not nibbling? Is it nipping at your nose? I think that's what the line's actually supposed to be. There's also, I forgot to mention, in Texas, I'm trying to remember where this is. I want to say it's towards DFW. There is a store that opens in December, and only in December, that is a Christmas Wonderland store. They only sell Christmas stuff. And it is so cool to walk through. It looks a lot like these decoration booths and stuff with like all the lights and the shiny things just everywhere. A new ornament each year, but most of our decor was old stuff we've hung on to. Hell yeah. I was gonna say, I think the best Christmas decorations are old stuff. Oh, what are you? It looks like gravy. Is this another like potato stand? I'm not gonna lie, if you told me that's just an orb of potato and gravy, I'm fucking sold, dude. What are you? Some kind of crispy crepe-ish? About time for Spirit Christmas starts showing up at abandoned storefronts. Is Spirit Christmas a thing? I only know them for Halloween. When are we getting Merry Christmas decoration merch? I don't know. I would love to. The thing is, I also don't know the logistics of having a Christmas decoration. And there's a bit of a thing that I don't like the consumerization of Christmas. I would much rather convince chat to go out and get a decoration for themselves that will be long lasting and something that they can carry into their family and put on the tree every year than to buy something that just represents your entertainment. Even if it would help me, I don't think I like the idea of making a Christmas ornament for y'all to buy so that I'm on your Christmas tree every year. I think that's a little too much. They can be cool, they can be cute, and I've seen some really cool Christmas decorations out there. It's just, I can't sell myself on the idea. It's probably why I've never thought fully of doing Christmas merch, is a mix of like, maybe like custom Christmas hats someday, but they probably would not be like something overly merchandising. Maybe like a Christmas hat that's like maybe black and red. I'm trying to think, like maybe like black fur rim, red hats, maybe like gold-ish puff. I want to buy a tiny village. Don't we all want to buy a tiny village? These are so cute. And they're all plaster. Oh, more ornaments and bells, fabrics. You think I'd convince them to make an abaya out of one of those very, very Christmassy? Tuning! That oboe is way too overpowering. Okay, y'all are way too stuck in your... Also, if you were planning this to go Christmas caroling, you should have these songs memorized. Christmas songs are not hard. Christmas is like Jack wanting to be Santa Claus. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. It would be kind of funny. It would be funny to have like a poster or something of me like in the North Pole having taken over the North Pole. That would be funny art. But I always feel like Christmas decorations and stuff should be far more personable. Every Christmas decoration you have should, I feel, aside from very generic ones that you're using to fill space, you should also have a lot of decorations that represent a memory. Trips, vacations, locations you've been to. Is you fighting Santa Claus for control? Hey, I did win art from Ember, and I did tell her that I wanted it to be Christmas art. But it's Ember, so it's definitely gonna be boobily. Baron, you denies the Santa's workshop? That would actually be kind of hilarious. Throw on a Soviet Russia, like, a commander's hat. Crime brulee burning down a Christmas tree? I think it'd be extremely ironic though if I got like a t-shirt or something that was that, of me like leading a union of elves and being like, deconsumerized Christmas. And it's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's extremely hypocritical. Made in Africa. Oh, baskets. Cheese. More cheese. Even more cheese. Hey, chat, you need some cheese? Oh, wait, no, these are candies. Cakes? Rum cakes? Egg tarts? Seize the beans of elf production? Wait, Tuka, what is that emote? Bye? What do you mean, bye? Oh, you're going to bed. Okay, see, I did not read the one's message above. Good night, Tuka. Wear an ugly sweater when? I would like an ugly sweater. You know what? That would actually be a really cool idea. The thing is, I'm not sure how to go about getting I would want a woven sweater. I would not want one of those ones that's like printed. Wonder where I can get a custom sweater made. I turned it into a giveaway, I think. I'd get like a couple made and then it would be a giveaway. Ooh, pancakes? And sausages. Some kind of pancake looking thing. No, not the Heinz mayonnaise, dude. We do have a sweatshirt. We already have sweatshirts on Ubu Market. I have one of the crew necks. More strudel. Well, not quite strudel, more like sweet rolls. More nuts. Jesus, those macadamia nuts are huge. Ugly sweatshirts? I don't want an ugly sweatshirt. I want a sweater. I want it to be a sweater. Chats, did I ever tell you I have a woven Star Wars sweater? My grandma bought it for me when I was in college. I wear it on occasion, but it is huge. I'm not doing this market. I would walk away so broke and so fat. Hell yeah. Oh, the linen thing. Oh no. Beans! Ooh. Curries? Okay, this is an Indian stand of some kind. Yeah, chicken korma, chicken curry. I was gonna say, this looks like, I saw korma and I saw masala. Oh, there's the butter chicken. Chili chicken. Some noodle dish. Oh, I forgot what those are called. Pakti? Something like that? The fried onions. The fried onions are so fucking good, dude. Macarons. Yo. Okay, so here we have a lot more of the... I think I don't want to say it this way, but basically like immigrant food. In the case, like, that was Indian, and then that other one looked more like it was some sort of African dish, I think. Which makes sense. I mean, Germany is one of the... What is it? One of the most integrated? Immigrated countries in Europe. Yeah, multicultural food. Hell yeah, dude. I would have gotten, although it was 11 pounds. Nah, I probably would have gotten some. Stay warm. Hi, Carlasia, thank you. Krampus win? Oh, good question. Probably not here. Probably. Is that a flute? It doesn't quite feel like a flute. Shakana? Looks like northern West Asia. I saw Azerbaijan's flag and a bunch of the other various stands. I'm pretty sure I saw Uzbekistan on there. Mushrooms! Chat, remember to eat your mushrooms. They're good for you. They're the other meat. Okay, we're back to the sausage and the green mash. Fish. Mushrooms, bleg necks. They're good for you. They're high in protein. And they're exceptionally delicious after they've been roasted a little bit. All right, who needs nativity scenes? I saw a video the other day of somebody getting mad at a nativity scene, and I think it was Dearborn. You know, the kind of people that are going to Dearborn just to raise hell. And they were upset that and this is one of those like almost like life-size, slightly tinier than life-size type nativities that like a whole church puts out, and they have like a whole mini barn and stuff for it. And they were yelling at the Mary statue because she was wearing a head covering. And I was just flabbergasted watching this person go on a tirade of how the fucking nativity looked like it was full of Muslims. And I was like, tell me you don't know your own religion and its history and without telling me. A mushroom, my body shudders and a cold chill goes down my damn spine. It's not meat, it's evil. Is it because you're eating like is it the squidge? Are you having uncooked mushrooms? Or not fully cooked mushrooms? Yeah, you know, like she's been depicted forever. That's not that surprising. Correct, Neko. And it was one of those people that like are just going to look for outrage in Dearborn. Beeswax candles. Oh, the Ferris wheel. Oh, that's so cute. Bum, 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 bum. Spudzilla. The power drill is hilarious, though. Chat, if you've never had potato chips like this, they're awesome. Let's throw that whole bitch in there. Yeah. Super light. About seeing nativity scenes where they shouldn't be. I mean, I think the only way I would get mad at a nativity scene is if it was like, one, on somebody else's property, or two, like, in a non-religious public space. Wait, that's all? That little tray is all you get? Well, okay, at least he's putting it on heaping a little bit. The place is here. Corn. Oh, what does corn do? Avocado dip, hot taco dip, salsa. It's like magnified. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The weird, like, overly retunes nativity scenes are always weird to me. It'd be like if I saw somebody that had a nativity scene that basically looked like a football lineup. I'd be like, okay, but why? Out of my Warhammer figs, just because you should do that. And you should post a picture of it online for everyone to see. Ooh, what the fuck are you? Dipped donuts? Candied apples. Well, chocolate dipped apples. What are some of these other things? Bananas? Oh, those are bananas. There's candied apples. Chat, have you ever had a candied apple? Gurgling baby Jeebus, here we come. Let's go. It took me forever till I had a candied apple in my life. It is so good. And I can agree, candied apples are, I would say, a Christmas snack. I know some people like to think of like the candied apples or like chocolate dipped apples and stuff for like Halloween, but I can see it as just kind of a general holidays treat. Took out a tooth as a kid? Oh yeah, it'll do that if you're a kid. They're real hard. To be an onion, I was pranked? Okay, that's mean. Did they at least give you a real candied apple afterwards? Hi, Norwegian. No! Oh, that's upsetting. Chocolate dipped apple from Universal, they're delicious. Front tooth are cracked and I can't eat apples like normal. Oh, that makes sense. I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, because apples are pretty hard in terms of fruit. Oh, more hanging grills. Oh God, the fucking deep freeze. Buns? Ooh. Wait. Is this? Oh, it's sausage sandwich, dude. I'm not gonna lie though, I would probably cut that sausage in half and just double it over inside the roll. Why is the an emote? Because it's funny. Because it's funny. Have a good night, Nick. Sleep well. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm pretty sure you raided earlier, right? Yeah, you did raid earlier. I couldn't remember if I was misremembering, because I think Hectic was the one who didn't raid, and I was like, wait, did Hectic raid today? Hectic raid Keys, eh? Keys, eh? They got a train? I missed the train! Damn it. They got a Ferris wheel, though. Not gonna lie, color changing Ferris wheel's kind of cool. Ice rink? I haven't been on an ice rink since Christmas of 2012? I think. Merry-go-rounds. I want a sausage roll. They look scrumptious. Shit, did I put it in wrong? Wait, what did you do? Etc.? Oh, were you trying to do the pants grab? It's just pants grab now. For some reason, it reset, and I haven't changed it back. Soups? This better not be bread bowls. Oh, it's definitely bread bowls. Fuck. Those definitely look like bread bowls. No! No! Bread bowls are a stupid gimmick. Stupid protein? Fuck no, dude. Give me an actual bowl. Less bread? Less soup? Soggy bread? Ooh, wait, what are we doing here? Oh, it's flatbread. Ooh, well, it's not technically flatbread. It's a sliced bun. Tomatoes. Tomatoes. I see provolone. Sorry, not provolone. Bruschetta, olives. Some kind of cream with dried meats on top. Various cheeses. Arugula. That it? That all? I'm not gonna lie though, that bread looks kind of good. More candied nuts! This time, almonds. Bread that's soggy from absorbing soup is fucking delicious. Assuming the soup is good, of course. It's just a gimmick. It's a dumb gimmick that doesn't add anything. If I would rather have my soup in a bowl and my bread separately so I can tear it apart and dip it in the soup. Because now, I'm limited to the bread that is made out of the bowl. I can only eat so much soup and so much bread, otherwise the soup overflows or spills out. More mushrooms. But gimmicks make the world go round? They shouldn't. Candied cashews are where it's at? Hell yes, dude. I love cashews. They're probably my favorite nuts. Don't quote that. Don't you fucking dare. Put your finger down, Sensor. I know you're laughing. Time to remove old man's gimmicks. What gimmicks do I have? Hanging up by chains? What is that? A whole pig torso? That was big attention. You fucking dork. Do you like your taco salads in a taco bowl? No. Also, why would you be limited on bread? I eat potato soup in a bread bowl with a side of bread and a bread sandwich. That's so much bread. Clock. Special clock. What the fuck is that? What is that house with the propeller on top? Yes, the bread is awesome. Eat all the bread, but you gotta have moderation, Jay. You can't eat too much bread. They're probably my favorite nuts. No, shut up. No, it wasn't. That was not what I said. Oh God, ad break. Okay, we still got a little bit, like 5 more minutes in this one. All right, chat. Are you going to fail on this one? Are you going to fail on this one? You better not. You better not. I will be back in just a couple minutes. I'm going to stand up and stretch. So give me just a hot second. Have fun, kids.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
What did you do? What the fuck happens? Jarathi! The thing isn't even scrolling anymore. What happens? Jarathi. Thank you. Thank you for the 20 gift subs. What does that put us at? 120 exactly. Yay. Pick better ones? Were you stealing it from people again? Hold on a second. Sorry for my nose getting all sniffly. Tends to happen when the seasons are changing. All right, chat, let's put this away. Let's put the music away. I realized something while I was standing up and I was nibbling on some more chips because I was hungry. And we were talking about like things that I hate like for Christmas is like the people that like buy new ornaments every year. And I remembered what that was tied to. I can go ahead and start playing this. Chat, do you know what aesthetic Christmas is? Have y'all ever seen an aesthetic Christmas video? Think of like any pictures or videos you've seen of somebody whose like entire Christmas decorations in their entire house is like blue and silver, red and green, red and gold, all that stuff. Apparently, there are like quote unquote trendsetters that every year try to influence people into effectively. Oh, what's another good example? Ralph Lauren Christmas. Ralph Lauren Christmas is one that people are trying to do this year, where everybody is apparently supposed to go out and buy Ralph Lauren clothes and pajamas to match with your family. 2/3 of the way there, correct. But I do that all year round. Is different, never mind. 2000s Christmas aesthetic is my favorite. Oh no, I completely agree. But doing that every year is fine. These people, though, want it to be like a fashion trend. And they have tried. It's for the last several years. There is always these sort of influencer types that is like, this year it's all about blue and silver. And they will go out and buy like a silver Christmas tree with blue ornaments and buy just whole sets of decorations every year to try and influence people to do the same thing. I hate it. If your family has an aesthetic for Christmas, fuck yeah, do it. Is that a Calvin Klein headscarf? Oh, what are you? What are we doing to the potatoes? I have several questions. Samaritan's a Christmas streamer, not a horror one? I never said that. I can be spooky. Hey chat, you want some macaroni and cheese? Oh god, why is it flickering like that? Pasta? Doubt it. Are rooting the economy by not throwing away things they still use to buy new ones? Correct. Buy things that work and will continue to work. You don't need to buy things that aren't broken. It's why I'm usually willing to spend a little bit of a pretty penny on things that I know are going to last. Like, I spent 200... Wait, is that a cheese wheel? Oh my god! It is macaroni and cheese! Oh, hey, I got an emote. What did I get? An actual queen? Crazy. I have a crown now, chat. You have to be nice to me. Legally required to be nice to me. And to subjugate those lesser than you and tell them to come watch the show. Is that another one that's just... Well, no, there's a plastic liner in there. More aesthetics placements. I too have a crown. That's a different kind of crown. Mine has more gems. Mine has more gems, and it's on my head. Looks at the crown in French. Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. Are they not being nice normally? Have you seen Ordain? Mine can drift. Yeah, but you can't wear it if it's drifting. With boughs of holly. Fa la 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 la. Santa! Oh my god, it's Santa! Listen, it's fine. So whoever did that was probably Jirafi. Jirafi dropped 20 subs while I was on commercial break. Can you tell Santa's extremely nervous balancing on that wire? With the spirit of Vin Diesel? Oh no. Oh no, Santa's gonna run into the church tower! Okay, never mind, it goes in front of the church tower. That's totally fine. Not the sparklers, Christ. Oh, okay, flatbread, cheese, and. Oh. Truffle cream, okay. So some of it's just bread and or toast. But it's definitely all about the heat lamp cheese. Sad thing is though, is I would need kind of a lot of stuff thrown on top to really enjoy it, because I'm not one for things where like cheese is the majority steak. Bacon, truffle cream, something else? Not the second tower, no, Grins. All right, somebody buy Grins that pink snail cup right there. Oh my god, the frame rate light flickering. Oh, my eyes. Jesus. Socks, anyone? Goodness. Oh, I have the hiccups. More cups. These are giving really, really boomer vibes. I swear, I remember my grandparents having cups that look like these. These are giving like elementary school drawings. Like, you know, the ones that you would see when you were in elementary school and the teachers would use like these little figures and art pieces and stuff. Boomer Baron spotted. What? They're kind of cute. They're cute in their own way. Everybody's crowding the fucking door. I don't like that elf. That elf is kind of scary. Oh god, and there's that one with his butt out. Wait. Those look so good. Those are the most perfect dipped apples I've ever seen in my fucking life. Also, chat, have you ever had a chocolate dipped banana? Sound off. I need ones in chat if you've had a chocolate dipped banana. This is important. Who hasn't had a chocolate dipped banana? Never have, but I wanna. You would think a chocolate dipped banana is like one of the most basic things out there. It is not. It is a different playing field of having chocolate and banana separate. There's just something magical of a chocolate banana on a stick. It's so good. If you really want to get one like really soon, you can probably find them at your local supermarket's freezer section. And yes, you do eat them frozen. These probably aren't frozen, but those frozen ones you are supposed to eat frozen. And I can't remember the name of the brand, but they're usually in the freezer section and they are so good. Oh, skewers with multiple fruits. Oh. Marzipan. More nuts. More candied nuts. How many candied nuts can you have in one location? I could do fondue tonight for dessert. You mean like chocolate fondue or like fondue with the cheese? More dipped cookies. Oh. Okay, that's a lot of options. And then muffins. No, these are bundles of something. That's also dipped. Oh god, the lights, dude. Hell yeah, Tur. Hell yeah. Hey Jerry, that was probably Jirafi. Jirafi dropped 20 subs. And started a hype train. Ooh. Okay, so we're back to the plaza again. Fish? I think that's fish. Yeah, that's fish. That one's getting a little crispy on the right, on the left there, not right. The left. Oh, they even have buoy lines as decorations. Okay, that's really cute. These booths are so cute, dude. Someone needs to give some camera tutorials out here. Sometimes you can't really help when it's like the frame rate and stuff sync up with the light flickering, so you get those weird waves. Gin punch, don't mind if I do. An ice, no wait, no, that's a cleaner box. That's a glass cleaner. Hello? Where did we skip to? Listen, I can respect the statue completely dissociating, staring at their spinning wheel. Sometimes you have those days when you look at your hobbies and you're just like, and then you dissociate for 3 hours. It's just one of those days. Sir, what are you staring at? The witch. All right, chat, are you ready to get on the tiny train? That is definitely a plastic steering wheel tied to the front of that train. Hi, Funky, how are you doing? Drawthy usually hides away and or is sprinkling all over the place. It happens. It happens. It's the tiny twain. Yeah, the tiny twain. PlayStation controller train? I don't know about that. It wasn't that small. The ice train going around the waterfall, though, is a very cool touch. Is that... That's the statue of Neptune, isn't it? In Bonn. 3 days ago. You know what? There's a 6-hour-old one. Let's see. Oh, we finally get to see them. Somebody. That is a huge. Oh my god. Ooh. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Macaroons. Waffles. Chat, would you like a Twin Peaks shaped waffle? Waffle. I don't know. Saying waffle's kind of fun. Oh, here. Let me see if I can turn up the... More potatoes on a stick. Ah, yes. The 4K experience. Hi, Kim. Thank you for the affiliate. Congratulations. Oh, more flatbreads. Oh. More fry breads. You kind of lose me on the like sour cream spread. Listen, every time I see the chestnuts, it comes right to my brain, and I think I'm legally obligated to sing it terribly. Sing it terribly. Okay, hold on. I want to skip through their intro. All right, show me, show. Ooh, oh, he actually does just scrape it off of the skin. That's a good chunk of fish. Good lord. Oh my god. 3 chunks? That's a thick fillet, dude. Mariners more than chestnuts roasting in an open fire? Don't think about what else is roasting in the open fire. It's fine. Don't think about it. Ignore the screams. I like the organic charcoal. Shut up. That is a lot of fish. What fish is this? Is it salmon? Doesn't feel like there would be salmon in... Is salmon popular in Germany? Is it... I'm still trying to figure out what it's going on top of. Is it a salad?
Looks like they put your tortilla in that one.
That is a lot of fish. The charred flesh bits keep us warm in the carnival. True. Isn't charcoal most often organic? Yes, yes it is. Charcoal is often made from things like peat, wood, and other plant materials. If you start ever seeing, oh my god. You start ever seeing like the luxury kinds of charcoal that like Japan and China and other places use, they start looking less like the hunks that like America sells in bags, and more like actual pieces of trees. Because usually the stuff that's sold in bags at like the grocery store and stuff in America is synthetic charcoal. And or powdered charcoal that's then reshaped into the pucks. But yeah, good high-end natural charcoal more often than not look like, well, like branches and stuff. Hey Jerry, thank you for self-care. Yeah, you could call it artisanal, but it's the closest thing to what genuine charcoal is like. Tamales are your best friend? Fuck yes, dude. I love tamales around Christmas. My grandparents bring them. The Impregnator. Thank you for the follow. Who are you getting pregnant? Care to explain? It's gonna be yourself if you try something. You, baby? Good luck. Good luck, baby. Not me? Okay, bye, beef. Tamales, at least we could make them with either chicken or pork, so if I would have given you some, would you prefer? I'm not going to be accepting getting that. I'm fine with any kind of tamales. I like any kind of tamales. I actually saw somebody make a video of them making quote-unquote Thanksgiving tamales, where instead of the mesa, they used stuffing. They put turkey and like a strip of cranberry sauce inside what was basically stuffing and then wrapped it in the leaf. Canned tamales? I could not tell you the last time I had a canned tamale. I know I've had them before, but probably not since I was like 10-ish. Because most supermarkets here now sell like pre-packaged tamales, and you don't have to get cans if you're in the middle of nowhere. No pregnant skeletons. Run, babe, run! He's coming for you! Now, is this fish or is this something else? I feel like it would be fish and chips, but we're also in Germany. Hi, Sethbal. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? I think it is fish. Whoop, just stabs it. Fish and roll. Let's go. Not gonna lie though, it looks pretty good. Ooh. There's little vats there that look like they're sauces or something. I would kind of like to know what they are. Sandwiches. Mackerel. Can't tell what's in that left one. And then shrimp? Fried shrimp on a skewer? Shrimp salad. Shrimps and bugs. Delicious, delicious bugs. Fish and rolls? What kind of world is this? What do you mean? Never had a fish sandwich? Calamari. Interesting. Even though it looks like you've already broken off like all of the coating on that calamari. We need to talk about y'all's ability to get the coating to stick. Of course, lemons. Oh, lemon was not to satisfaction. Hell yeah, dude. Bugs' shrimp? I can see that. Trying to survive and been replaying Dust and Elysium Tale? I don't know that game. Listen, calamari is delicious. When made right. When made right, it is delicious. When made wrong, it's like chewing on a hairband. Like a ponytail hairband? That's what it's like when it's bad. More nuts! Chat, we got so many nuts here. We've had so many nuts in these German markets. Hi, Klein. How are you doing? I thought she was wearing a bathrobe for a second. The pink fit, though, is interesting. And so's the very obviously Botox to expressionlessness face. It's nuts the amount of nuts that are here. Average you, I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. Oh, why are the Nutella jars in there? Are they tossed in Nutella whenever they're candied? I could see that. With the number of nuts they have here, there's gotta be like some variety. But I also don't see... Oh, okay, there's a tub over there. I see one of the mixing tubs. But... With this many, are they... Oh, she just threw that thing of nuts. That poor guy at the register looks like he's ready to keel over. Food stand and also a sauna? Maybe. Thing is, we've seen so many like picturesque and beautiful booths here, but this one just looks sterile. That nut stand just looked sterile, dude. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Anyway. I've never actually had a roasted chestnut. Never had the chance. Baron Crimbo album win? I would never tell you if we were making one. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. But I would never tell you if we were making one until it released. And I would make it goofy like a 1990s commercial. Imagine owning the greatest collection of our lifetime. 'Cause I'm your... I can't do that song. I can't do that song. Why is it always chestnuts? What about all the other nuts? We just saw all the other nuts. Shadow Drop Christmas album? It would be goofy. It's not happening this year. So you don't have to be worried about that. I would need a lot of singing practice. I could not do loud noises. Loud noises! I also can't yell very well. Show nuts again? Oh my god, Murdoch, no. Will be the next idol? I'd never said that. I would literally only do it for the memes. I am not about to start a music career. Fuck that. The voice things I want to do is go into voice acting. Old school Christmas commercials to promote it with the old school TV grain? Hell yeah, exactly. Oh. Brittle of some kind? That looks weirdly like biscotti. Why are they all broken? Also, why do all of these have like the two little pointed tops? We saw the waffles like that earlier too. What is that? Is it like a town icon or something? See, there's the waffles. Fair trade coffee. Oh no. Those hands better be washed. I don't see any gloves, so I'm assuming the hands are washed. Okay. She really just ripped the freshest one. The two freshest ones. Monster. Monster. Suck it up and get the old ones like the rest of us. Wambulance. Temperado are definitely your best friends when it's really cold. Hell yeah. Waffles, gimme. Okay, what is this shape? Is it a church? Is it like an oversimplified representation of a church? Where are Germans? Where's Kerbelos? Where's Super? You're fucking up the focus, dude. That's a lot of waffle irons, too. Where's our curb here? Oh my god. Where's the curb? The Kerbedos. Kerbelos. Oh. What is that? What is that? What's the slurry? What's the mystery slop? That's something fried. The ambulance is back. Hi, Ancient. How are you doing? Welcome in. These like flat-ish plates are kind of interesting. I'm surprised by how many different kinds I've seen just at these different markets. Okay, so they're dipping something. Is it shrimp? I think it's shrimp. Bagpipes version of Amazing Grace? I did not hear that. Also, it's almost time for that oil to be changed. It's red, my dude. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are shrimp. The redder the oil, the tastier the fry. No. How can it be fun for you to travel and try all these foods because they all look so good? I would love to do that. After the move, it probably would be quite a bit more feasible. Oh god, we're gonna start a fucking dark carnival travel. Could be a lighting thing. It could be. It is also, oil though does get darker the more it's used. Okay, we're back at the calamari stand. More scrimps. Those could have been fried a little bit longer. Definitely could have been fried a little bit longer. Tasting Europe? Listen. Listen. The question is, how would I do the formatting? I don't think I'd be able to stream it. I think we would just have to like record experiences. And then I'd do it, I assume, from like the perspective of like time off from the traveling carnival. Oh god, these hurt my eyes. These hurt my eyes. Are they thermal engines? Are they like little pinwheels that are basically spinning because there's a candle underneath them? Oh, the turtles. The 0.1% at home, 99.9% at food and experiences. That's probably what Faye's gonna do to me. Bloomin' onions. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't care what anybody says. Bloomin' onions are delicious, dude. Fried onions. Whoever came up with that idea was a genius. Okay, it's just a little bit of extra batter to the potato sticks. Number go up slowly, but up is up. Hi, Gary. How are you doing? Maybe it's just a certain kind of cooking oil they're using, because this one's also looking kind of red to me. I think they're just using generic quote-unquote cooking oil. Take pictures near restaurants and places and sitting and drawing myself into them, pointing at the sides. Oh, that'd be a good idea. Of like some of the places we go trying. It would be an entirely separate channel though, chat. That's just a heads up. And I did try to talk to them at one point that maybe we could try and do like group trips. Like once a month is probably a little too frequently. Maybe like every 2 months we pick like a weekend and we get on a train and we go somewhere. Had to take my ass over again just a minute ago. What do you mean your ass? What do you mean tape? Are you pooping back and forth forever, as Cards Against Humanity says? Hi, Cook Chaos. Ooh. Paprika salt, garlic salt. Is that Zatar in the middle one closest to us? It's greenish. I can see it being a Zatar. Put some Flex Seal on them, they'll be good. Y'all deeply concern me, y'all know that, right? Right? I am deeply concerned for your well-being. Why did I have to read that? Why did I read that? Why does that exist? Holy shit, no. Take that away. I don't want to look at that again. There are many. Oh, hey, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. That heart. Do you see this heart on the left side, chat? Like right next to the candle flame? That's kind of what the heart decoration that I have looks like. Although ours is like much darker, it doesn't have like the matte finish. And the top isn't silver, but just kind of like a old darkened brass. Warn everyone when I talk about it in Discord. Gross! I don't need to learn about your poop hole injury. We need to go back to the days of TMI needs to stay TMI. That's your own fault? It is my own fault, and I regret it. I regret it immensely. Oh god, it's more pink. No, I don't need to know what's injured, Carrie. I don't care. I don't need to know. We're just gonna pink. Yeah, it's more pink. All the wooden utensils. Remember, kids, don't ever put your acacia bowl, your acacia wood bowl in the dishwasher, because you will poison the entire house. You don't need to revoke your consent to reading it twice? Shut up. Carnival Mods, Beth Twins, pink? All right, where are all the mods? Carnival Mod's best friend, pink. If somebody added pink to any of the uniforms, you're going in the burn pit. About a dishwasher? If you own an acacia wood bowl, especially if it's treated, you should not put it in a dishwasher because it's toxic. The wood itself is toxic when wet and seeps that toxin. Something special for my grandpa for Christmas is also his birthday, specifically Christmas morning. Do you want to know what it is? Sure. If this ends up being a joke that your grandpa's already dead, I'm gonna be upset. Crepe, anyone? Have I ever had a crepe? I don't think I've ever had a crepe. Whoops. Maybe I've had a bite of a crepe. We just got a trail across the other burner. Sir, why don't you use the closer burner? Okay, that's pretty snazzy. Just scrapes it off. So that burner is on. Have you ever had a cannoli? Yes, I have. There's the thing though, is I'm not a big fan of things that are like mostly cream. Like I don't like the texture of whipped cream or Cool Whip or sour cream or anything like that. So some places will often be like fruit and cream, chocolate and cream, and I'm like, I don't really. Are we throwing Fuegos on here? Don't you dream of cream? No. No, I don't. Oh yeah, I know what it is. I just never had one. And usually if I go to a place that has crepes, it's usually I realize they have crepes after I get there. And it's usually like ice cream places or something I'm going to. Like I've been to like rolled ice cream places, which are pretty good. Only to find out that they also have crepes, but I'm just gonna get the ice cream. I ruin every pancake I make. Did you remember to oil the pan? Have you practiced flipping your pancakes? Try starting small. I dump butter on the pan? You dump butter on the pan? How much butter? Where's our pancakes? They're mine. You can't have any. Fuck you. Oh god, I'm frozen. Gingerbread man. The one that lives on Drury Lane? She's married to the Muffin Man. I thought all those hearts were sausages. Nope, this is all candy. Nah, go big or go home, fill the entire pan. Beige pancake? Oh, mega pancake. Okay. Mage pancake? I mean, I do have a baker that's a mage for one of our campaigns. Are these... Okay, we got more nuts. Hey, chat, well, you need more... Look, it's more nuts. Do you need more nuts? More nuts? Huh? More nuts? 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 Nuts, anyone? Nuts for anyone? More nuts? Chat, would you like some nuts? Me about to shove all of the nuts at every market we've looked at straight into every viewer. I don't think y'all are gonna like that. By the fistful. Perfect draw. You get to build your own deck of cards and play a card game party. Aw. Where are these nuts coming from? They're actual nuts. Use your eyes. Mind out of the gutter, Sunstar. Is that a boat on a merry-go-round? I've never seen that. Chat, we're putting the boat on the merry-go-round. Almonds or nuts? All of the nuts. It doesn't matter. You will all get an even mix. Think like if you were Yu-Gi-Oh protagonist? Oh no. Want to get rid of the nuts, not have more? Well, that's a shame, because I'm shoving the nuts down your gullet. But what about boat go-rounds? Oh, no. Oh, I would love to be able to ride on it. on a carousel like this again. It's been a long time. I think the last time I rode a carousel was New York City, Coney Island. So like 2017, 2016. I think it did. It looks like I dropped about 700 frames. Better than up my ass, I assume, whichever the quickest way to your stomach is. What year is it, sir? Is it 2014? That kid have a knife? I swear that kid had a knife. All of the nuts, none of the frames. It's 2025? It can't be. I'm still waiting on Half-Life 3 to come out. That's not true. You're lying to me. Oh god, is this a Guinness food? Oh no, Gabriel's. I'm guessing that's a local brewery? I'm pretty sure it's probably a local brewery. Into this month is 2026. You're lying to me! In my experience, that's my mouth. Aw. Is it because you're constantly talking out of your ass? Is that lying? Is that the reasoning? I'm back. We still in Germany? Yes, they're still in Germany. We did a different one because the markets are mostly kind of a German thing, seemingly. This one's from apparently uploaded earlier today. See, feta, bacon, tomatoes, arugula. Okay, this is more fry bread. Balsamic glaze, I'm guessing. Oh, was that a food ticket? I'm guessing that's what it was. It looks like they have food tickets for this place. Ham. Wait, just one round of ham? What? Was that cheese? There's raw cheese? Oh god, it's like that one Philadelphia pizza where they actually don't put cheese on the pizza until it's done cooking and then just leave it on top. We have a couple here in New York, but they're big in Germany. What's big in Germany? Which part? Wait, I'm confused. These fry bread places? Or Gabriel's? Cold cheese pizza? Correct. And I hate it. This I also don't like. I don't know what that is. I feel like it's sour cream or something. I don't like it. You've lost. Okay, that was sugar, I think? Sugar syrup? So is this a sweet one? Again, though, I am not like whatever this cream stuff is. Look at the giant tub of Nutella in the back. Chat, did y'all see that? Christmas markets? Oh, that makes sense. Well, yeah, most places will have them, but apparently Germany's very famous for them. Look at that Nutella tub. Cheese, just raw cheese. Oh! Ooh, he almost knocked it. He almost knocked it. Sour cream and just sugar syrup does seem very German. Also with the cold sliced tomatoes. Guys, please just do me a favor. Throw it in an oven or something. I don't care. Like 5-6 minutes in an oven. Under the broiler or something. Hi, Mithrid dear. How are you doing? Giant donut / cream puff in texture. Well, yeah, it's some kind of fry bread, but I am really not liking the topping choice here. It could also be like cream cheese or something. It's very runny for cream cheese because they're using just a basic like rubber brush, which would not regularly be able to spread cream cheese. It could be vinegar. It did look like it had salt grains though around the rim of the thing that he was scooping it out of. But again, I am not, like the bread I want. Everything else I'm not exactly excited for. And Francis Jervis would learn how to cook. I don't think it's supposed to be a pizza. It's something of their own. It's just, I'm sad we haven't had any of our Germans here today. Where are the resident Germans? I know you exist. The heap of tomatoes. Pomegranate glaze. It does also seem though that they use all container sauces instead of making their own, which is an interesting choice. So I can at the very least heat this up. No, I would just get the bread. I would just get the bread. I wonder why they seem to put a hole in the middle. Because all of those have a hole in the middle, and he's seemingly doing it on purpose. I think? Okay, yeah, that was definitely on purpose. Fancy donut? Kind of. In a way, it's very, again, very similar to a donut. Also, this vat of oil. Cook more evenly? Probably, is what I'm thinking. What the fuck is that one on top of the well? What did they do to Joseph? What the fuck is that? I can't even zoom in on that. Oh, I hate it. These things are kind of horrifying. Is that supposed to be berry and yellow? Good lord, the wise kings. I feel like this is a Jeff Dunham set. More wieners. All right, chat, line it up. It's time for a German wiener. Christmas is ruined. No. You're telling me a woman from 2,000 years ago in basically Palestine is wearing a head covering in the desert? I don't know if I believe. I'm kidding. Of course, that's exactly the case. Lined up for the Frankfurt? No, it's a wiener. They're wieners. Heck yeah, Jerry. Welcome in. Have wiener. It's a blast in there. I mean, if you want to join the morning wizard battles, there are daily wizard battles. Because the community is made out of a bunch of psychos. And we sometimes do movie nights. I don't think I'm going to do one this week. We didn't do one last week, I know, because it was the holidays, but I don't think we're going to do one this week either. That's why you're in charge? True. Head psycho over here, baby. Head psycho. Remember, you did this to us? You did this! You're the one who came over here and decided to act like a freak. Just because I have a freak show. And it's fine. €10 for a wiener? Okay, I guess. I'm gonna get nativity scene that has Mary and Joseph detained by ICE. That would be amazing. That would be hilarious. All right. When I signed up to join the shows, I didn't know what I was signing up for. Correct. Says the person who waited until they had 100K channel points before they said their first thing in the chat. You think I'm gonna let you live that down, man? Fuck no. Pull it together. You're here forever. You don't get to leave. AI of ICE arresting Santa. It was hilarious. Oh, good lord. Of course, I'm not surprised. Oh, goodness. Now I gotta live it up. Listen, the things you gotta do, okay? It's fine. Since there's a mod, she's basically chained in the back when the show starts, when the show ends. You're not supposed to tell people, fake. It's about the mod basement. It's the only way you can keep Carrie from not like running away and eating half the people on site. I'm sorry, was that an upside down nipple that he was squirting ketchup out of? That is a lot of chocolate, sir. I see you scooping that shit in the back. You can't sneak that past me. Jesus. Now that's the German sausage? You talking about the chimney cakes? Can't even ride the wheel in the back? You can, but you just gotta keep the noise down. When you keep falling on your face and screaming about it, it kind of gets annoying after 10 minutes. How do you get your ketchup if not by a nipple? A bottle? A dispenser? Not something that looks like a cow udder that I'm going to squeeze. Oh, got you. Oh, we're back at the brittle booth. A bottle? Weirdo. What the fuck, Neko? How could you turn on me like this? Okay. Not my fault they didn't know how to ride the wheel properly? God damn it, Sunstar. Things you do, man. The things you do. Pretzel. Canada has bagged milk, so I'm open to trying nipple ketchup. Okay, that's fair, I guess. Wait. That's the church. What church is that? I'd say it's Notre Dame, but this is supposed to be Germany. What church was that? Is it going to say in the comments? Cologne. Okay, wait. Huh? Okay. It's Cologne, apparently. Or it was Cologne. I suppose. I suppose. Yeah, I thought I thought it was Germany. Was I just really stupid and didn't realize that was in French? Wait. Atmosphere Cologne Christmas Market. Street foods around Cologne Cathedral. Traditional German Christmas food market. No, this was all in Cologne. But no, this is Cologne, Germany. This is Cologne, Germany. Is it on the border? Hold on a second. Map time. Zoom out on Cologne. No. Why did I think it was France? Is there a different Cologne in France, I'm guessing? That I'm just unaware of? My phone died. Can someone send me the Discord, please? There's a command for it, baby. All right. Chats, we need to find somebody to raid because we are going to wrap it right here. Who is live? I think we're... Oh. You know what? Finn's actually playing something spooky. A new game called Sleep Awake, which, if I remember correctly, is by Steel Krill. And I think it just came out today. Thing is, though, was I no steel krill? I probably could have asked him for a code, but I just, Beef, why do you have a sword? There, Finn, where, Finn? But I don't know. I think I know who we're gonna raid.
Welcome in.
We're gonna raid Hesper. All right, y'all. I will see you tomorrow, noon CDT, for what is technically supposed to be the real anniversary. Who knows? I will also be doing another sub discount for the same day, just because I have like 5 left and they refresh at the end of this month. So who cares? So we'll be doing another discount sub day tomorrow for the whole stream. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Go enjoy some Hesper. It looks like she's also just yapping. There's a cat on stream for some reason. I don't know if it's her cat, but we will see, and I will see you tomorrow. Good night.